pagi. Selamat pagi. Seperti janji gue yang kemarin, gue akan coba untuk bukan subathon ya, gue akan gimana sih? Tadi nggak ada suaranya guys. Halo guys. Deja vu. Selamat datang di subathon harusnya. Dan gua di sini akan memberikan apa ya experience sih. Maksudnya mungkin bukan buat gua, bukan buat lo, tapi buat gua lah, experience gua ditontonin gitu sama orang lagi ngerjain sesuatu. Itu sih. Aduh, gua nyalain AC dulu. Itu. Jadi buat gue ini menarik banget sih gitu kan. Jadi gue jauh lebih produktif. Mungkin jauh lebih produktif karena diliatin sama orang. Dan takut dicap jelek gitu sama orang lain karena Sultan gak ngapa-ngapain gitu kan, gak ngapain selama seharian gitu ya. Jadi jadi gue baru bangun cok, sumpah gue baru bangun banget. Ntar gue mau kecilin dulu media source-nya, kayaknya terlalu kecil, terlalu besar, 50-an. Gue pengen lagunya lagu ini sih, lagu media source-nya tuh, lagu background-nya tuh lagu kayak piano gitu, kayak lo-fi gitu loh. Cuman lo-fi atau lofi sih? Lofi. Fi-nya tuh apa ya? Kalau sci-fi, science fiction, ngomongnya V bukan fi, science fiction kan gitu kan. Jadi sci-fi kan, sci-fi, wifi, wifi kan wireless fidelity, pixel 10. Gitulah pokoknya ya. Selamat menonton. Gua akan coba untuk tidak melihat OBS. Terus gue menonton dulu Pixel 10.
Feels like less than a week ago, I was talking about a suspiciously convenient leaked commercial filming, and now we're apparently seeing the device itself in the flesh with some actual tangible changes that we talk about. We're seeing design tweaks, internal specs, and we even got to hear some of the revamped ringtones that are coming, plus a potential launch date. The pace at which these leaks are coming out is absolutely insane, and I don't want to waste any more time, so let's get right into it. And guys, we're going to keep covering everything we can about the Pixel 10. So if you want some fun content to stay up to date, consider subscribing to the 95 Google YouTube channel because I have a feeling we will have so much more to talk about as the months go on, and I really don't want you guys to miss out. Right off the bat, probably one of the biggest pieces of Pixel 10 news is that we saw real, actual close-up images of a leaked hardware prototype for what seems to be the Pixel 10 Pro. And unlike the last leak I talked about, there were some actual tangible differences between this and the current Pixel line. Now, keep in mind, this is a DVT model or a design verification prototype, so I cannot stress enough, this may very well not be final hardware by any means, so take these changes with a grain of salt. Regardless, there are a small handful of physical differences we should talk about. One is the handlebar visor. It does have the same general design, but the cover glass appears to extend way closer to the edge, leaving just a tiny sliver of metal around the perimeter. And also, maybe I'm crazy, but the camera bar visor seems thicker than what we have on the Pixel 10, which is strange, no doubt. From what I remember about the Pixel 10 camera leaks, Pixel 10 Pro and 10 Pro XL have the same exact setup as last year's. So I'm unsure if this change is purely visual to differentiate the Pixel 9 and 10 series, or if there is some kind of tangible benefit. Maybe they're shifting around the internal components a bit for thermal management, or it could be an upgrade to the structural integrity perhaps. We really won't know until we get our hands. Another change here is at the bottom of the phone, as the USB-C port is now flanked by two identical cutouts. It does look like a dual speaker setup on initial impression, but realistically, this is more so one cutout for the speaker and another for the microphone, with the change being made more for aesthetic symmetry at best. Because of this change, the SIM card tray has been moved to the top of the phone instead, where the antenna cutout currently sits on the Pixel 9 series. It's definitely a weird placement for sure, and I can't remember the last phone that had a SIM card tray on the top. I think that is very uncommon, but they might have done this for internal space. Maybe the port doubles as an antenna cutout, or maybe they know most people will use a case, so having a cleaner bottom portion of the phone is more worth it to them, at least from the design perspective. And finally, the last major design difference is the prototype pattern on the back that Google typically uses to identify. Obviously, this won't make it to any final builds, but it's always fascinated me, and I hope that I can get my hands on one of these models at some point, because the phone nerd, I think this is just a really cool collector's item at the very least. Another major aspect of this leak that we did get are some of the internal specs, which do tell us quite a bit about what to expect. From what we see, the device is running an app of some kind that gives us deeper insight into specs. We see it's running the Tensor G5, of course, with the core configuration being two 8-Tex A520 cores, 3 Cortex A725 cores, another set of Cortex A5 cores, and 1 Cortex 4. But weirdly enough, the leak does show the chip is running on a 5nm process as opposed to the 3nm process that we're expecting. According to Mystic Leaks, however, this seems like this may be incorrect information. This could be a placeholder, or maybe this device has an early version of the Tensor G5 for testing purposes. No one really knows at this point, considering the nature of the leak. Regardless, we also see the rest of the internal specs, like 16 gigs of RAM, which is typical for a Pro model Pixel device, and 256 gigs of storage instead of the 128 gigs like the base model Pixel typically have. So either this is a higher end model, or maybe, and hopefully please Google, they are defaulting to 256 gigs as the base storage. Personally, I'm tampering my expectations, and I'm gonna say I doubt it. Google's been holding on to the 128 gig base storage model quite some time now, but if they do make this change, I have nothing good to say about this, because 256 gigs seems like the perfect sweet spot. And last but not least, in regards to the specs, we see the modem is listed as the G5400i, which suggests we may have a Samsung modem rather than a MediaTek one previously rumored. I really hope that this is just a mistake, or maybe a prototype placeholder. Historically, previous versions of the Samsung Exynos modems were pretty heavily criticized by many for having a signal, slower data speeds, and less power efficiency, which did translate to noticeable battery drain, especially in older Pixel models. The rumored switch to MediaTek, I think, gave a lot of people hope for a more reliable, power-efficient modem, and unfortunately, this simply is something we'll have to wait and see how things play out, but I really hope that Google decides to go with MediaTek for the modem forward. We also got two pretty random but interesting device details for the upcoming Pixel 10 that you should at least be in the know about. One is a new set of system sounds that I mentioned earlier for the Pixel 10, and the other is the potential for a heavily upgraded camera station system for video. Both are super interesting, but we'll start with the ringtone first. This was originally spotted on a YouTube channel named Koski. If I'm saying that correctly, I do apologize. We heard new system sounds for the Pixel 10 through this YouTube video, including a new ringtone, notification chime, and alarm tone. We'll link the video down below, as I don't feel comfortable playing them in this video as they are unreleased, but I gave them a quick listen for myself, and I described them as more upbeat versions of existing tones. They seem to be more lively and remixed to be a bit more fun, which is great in my book. I think with the upcoming Material 3 Express update, a refreshed sound design is much needed anyway. So this is a small but exciting detail. Of course, I fully expect this to come to older Pixel devices. Well, I assume when the QPR stable update officially comes out, but early impressions, alright, really like them, and I encourage you to give them a listen when you can, but do it after this video is over. And the second major Pixel 10 detail that we got recently is reports that we may see a heavily upgraded camera stabilization system. This information comes from Android headlines, and they describe this quote being as good as a gimbal without needing the actual hardware. And apparently, it will be available on the entire Pixel 10 lineup, from the base Pixel 10 to the 10 Pro to the 10 Pro Fold. Of course, without any actual footage, it's impossible to tell for ourselves if this is going to be a killer feature or not. Video Boost in years past was truly awesome, but it did need the cloud, whereas this seems to be positioned as more of an on-device feature. And I will say, Pixel has sorely needed more features focused on improving video for quite a while now, so to potentially get professional level smoothness right from the camera itself would be a pretty strong step. Last but not least, the final Pixel 10 rumor that we have been hearing about is the release date, also reported by Android headlines. Were originally told the Made by Google event and by proxy the availability for pre-orders would be on August 13th. But then the next day, Android headlines updated their statement to say the actual event day would be on 20th, 2025, and shipping for these devices would start a week after on August 8th. This is a bit later than the Pixel 9s last year, as they were announced 13th, and shipping did start on the 22nd, which isn't really a huge deal. I'd say we're still in the typical launch window for the Pixel series, so I'm not really too worried about that. I'm more concerned that the Material 3 Express update will be ready with no compromises, because that gives Google about 3 to 4 months to perfect and but we'll just have. So there you have it, my friends. Another look at the Pixel 10 leaking at what feels like an unprecedented rate. It seems like every other day we're getting a new flood of information, from these detailed design tweaks and internal spec concerns to new system sounds and even a potential launch date window, plus much more. It's a ton of info, to say the least, but definitely an exciting time if you're a Pixel fan curious about what Google has in store. With that said, what do you think of these leaks that we've talked about so far? Which details have caught your eyes the most? Are you intrigued by these subtle design changes, worried about the potential modem situation, or maybe excited for a handful of features that we've talked about over the past few weeks? Please, let me know your thoughts down in the comments below, as I'm incredibly curious to hear what the Android community is thinking. Until next time, this has been Jordan Floyd from Google. Thank you so much for watching, and I'll see you in the next video.
And a bunch of extra RAM. Now, the Tensor G4 isn't actually that much more powerful than last year's chip. In fact, you probably won't notice the difference for 99% of the stuff you do on the phone. But what's actually significant is a new NPU that's way more powerful and dedicated to AI tasks. And the way more RAM is also dedicated to AI tasks. I'm told a big portion of the RAM is literally reserved for AI stuff. So I will get to all that AI stuff in a minute, don't worry. But just in the world that we're living in, where the meta for a lot of these major new smartphones is minor new improvements here and there, but mainly just a bunch of new AI features and capabilities, I'm glad the Pixel also got a bunch of meaningful feeling hardware stuff too. And then obviously, yes, you do have the squared off sides that I just know are supposed to fit in with the iPhones and Samsungs of the world. I've said it before, I like the look and feel. And that also applies to this new camera visor, which is less of a visor and I guess more of like a shelf island now. It kind of looks a bit weird in some renders, but you just kind of have to trust me. Seeing it in person, it's fire. I like it. Even if it will totally collect dust in just the same way as last year in the corners, it's nice. Oh, and I almost forgot, there is a new size. So you can have a Pro phone, but without it being an XL. Love the choice. I'm a little worried that that one probably won't sell as well as the two extremes, but I'm just glad we have the choice this year. Be happy about it before it gets discontinued. So anyway, it all sounds pretty good, but I do have a few gripes, which I'm allowed to. It's $1,000. So the size of the batteries is about the same as last year. 4,700 milliamp hours in the smaller size ones, 5,000 milliamp hours in the big phone. And I've had pretty good battery life, like A- battery life with the XL. Consistently 5+ hours of screen on time, lots of heavy high brightness use, but they still don't charge that fast. Like the XL is maxing out at like 37 watts, and it's actually slightly slower on the smaller phones. Now, I'm not saying you gotta go thermonuclear level, Realme 320 watt fast charging, light your phone on fire charging speeds or anything like that. I'm just saying fast charging would be nice. 50, 60 watts, that's it. I feel like that's just not that insane, but would be significantly better for using the phone. Now, I also need to say, Pixel 9 has matte sides with glossy back, but the Pixel 9 Pro has a glossy sides with a matte back. We've seen this version before. I just think the matte sides look and feel so much better than the glossy, so I kind of wish you could get like a matte on matte look, but that's just me. And then one more thing, of course, these phones start at higher prices, or at least the base one starts at $799, but it is a $1,000 phone that starts at 128 gigs of storage. Thanks, Apple. I guess that's the standard now too, but it's 2024. I would have liked 256 to start. So cameras have always been a big part of the Google phone experience, or at least they have for a while now. And on Pixel 9s, that's still true, but not in exactly the same way. So all across the board, the Pixel 9 and 9 Pro actually share the same primary camera and the same ultra-wide. The Pros just get that extra telephoto, 5x zoom, and the primary camera that they all share is basically the same as last year. The ultra-wide is new, it's 48 megapixels instead of 12, but it bins down to 12, so look, shooting with these new cameras, it's great. It's a quick smartphone camera app, there's a bunch of easy-to-use modes, it's responsive, focus is quick, it's easy to get consistent, good pictures that process pretty quickly. What I mostly notice about these photos is they still look very processed to me. Like this is the Pixel look now these days with the last few generations. Just lots of HDR, lots of contrast, lots of dynamic range, also lots of sharpening. Just not as natural of a look as we've seen in some others. It's more on the punchy side, which is honestly great for just sharing a photo on social media, but some may prefer a more neutral photo. The new selfie camera on the Pro actually feels like the biggest improvement as far as detail and color over the regular Pixel 9, which doesn't get this. But I'd say this is a pretty nice selfie camera. Just so much dynamic range. But if you want to see and hear what video footage from the Pixel sounds like, I shot an entire video on the autofocus channel on the Pixel 9 Pro XL in 4K 30 with actually no external hardware. I didn't even plug in a mic. This is just a built-in mics. So yeah, just me holding a phone. If you don't zoom in at all, the videos look great. Sharp, but obviously still very processed. And you can see it like prioritizing segmentation and like lighting on my face and shifting colors around. So I'll leave a link below if you want to watch that whole eSprinter review when it goes live. You might as well subscribe over there while you're at it for other car videos. But this is all part of the Pixel experience. Just like they're still tuning these cameras. They may end up looking a little more natural in the future, even though it's been a generation. Like that's one of the things that you can get out of this phone. But also when they present these things, it's all about the features, the smarts, the crazy AI magic editor, and all this AI stuff on these phones. There's a lot to the Pixel experience. So, Google makes Android. Google makes their own Android phone. Therefore, the Google Android phone should be the vessel for showing off the latest and greatest from Android, right? Android 15 preview just got shown off in February. It's coming out by the end of the year. These phones launch with Android 14. That's not a joke. All these Pixel 9s are running the second latest version of Android out the box. Obviously, they should be first in line for 15, and then the 7 years of promised software updates, but still hilarious. But every time I go back to using a Pixel, I'm reminded of all this stuff that I miss when I use other phones. Like call screening. It's so good. I mean, I know Samsung kind of has like a janky Bixby version of it, but it doesn't work as well. I've tried. The now playing feature also, that's kind of handy. It tells you what song is playing in the background wherever you're at. Love it. And now there's all this new stuff that they're adding that also may or may not hook people to the Pixel. So call notes is a new one. Pretty useful. Summarizes phone calls that you're on with a recording. And the new Pixel weather app. Originally, I wasn't going to give that much of a chance to it, but honestly, it's turned out to be just as good as basically any other Android weather app. So you can get to it by tapping the weather widget on the home screen, and it's got this really pretty UI where you can rearrange the big tiles and put the ones you care most about closer to the top. It doesn't let you change your weather source, but I mean, I'm already nitpicking at a level that only weather nerds will really care about. And they also threw in an updated panorama UI and the camera. And I don't know if anybody cares about this, but the temperature sensor in the Pros works on people now, if you caught that. And it gives these live temperature readings now as you move around an object, none of which is medical advice, by the way. I'm actually impressed by Google's commitment to this particularly useless app. Like Google, I know you get a lot of heat for killing things typically, but I give you permission to stop working on the thermometer app. I think you've done it. But there's one thing that, again, if you watch Google's event, that is really supposed to stand the Pixel out from the rest of the world. And that is because this Gemini lives. This is this deep, deep integration with Google's newest assistant. Literally, the boot up animation on this phone is the Google logo, and then it turns into the Gemini logo before it starts up. Like, these are basically Gemini phones. So, let's talk about it. So, ignoring the fact that Google has this horrible habit of rebranding and renaming things in the most confusing way possible, it seems clear that Gemini is the thing we should be focusing on. Like, there's a lot of pressure on this little box to be as useful as possible. And it actually delivers. Like, I have found Gemini to be very useful and also rapidly improving over the past couple weeks and gaining new capabilities, and it's very conversational, it remembers context, it gets questions correct most of the time. It's good. I clearly need to do an updated assistant battle because the last one I did was with Google Assistant, not Gemini. But see, that's the weird thing. Google introduced this huge new Gemini assistant to everyone, but also Google Assistant still exists alongside Gemini on these phones too. Like it's two different assistants. Matter of fact, for a little while, Google Assistant was actually better than Gemini at a lot of things for what regular people were doing with it, because Gemini couldn't set timers, it couldn't get directions to places, it couldn't do basic home controls. And so Google Assistant would be the thing that it would fall back on that people would continue to use. It's confusing. Even now, on the Pixel 9, you can hold down the power button or swipe up from the corner to get to Gemini, but the permanent Pixel home screen widget on everyone's phone, if you tap that microphone, that's the old Google Assistant. But today, now, Gemini can actually set timers and alarms, and it can listen and tell you what song is playing in the background when it couldn't before. And it can do home controls like changing my Nest thermostat temperature and turning smart lights on. But for some weird reason, when it's doing all of these new capabilities, it's showing me a little Google Assistant logo in the corner, as if to tell me, like, okay, it works, and we have this new capability, but Gemini is doing this through the old Google Assistant, which, why even tell me that? Just do the thing. So anyway, then also, in the settings, you'll be able to have these Gemini extensions, which when you enable them, will let Gemini see more into your actual life, like through other apps, like Google Docs and Drive and your calendar. And to me, that's really where it becomes the most useful. Like I start asking it to fill emails for me and tell me the traffic to my next calendar event and things like that. That is just like talking to a normal person, and it's super useful. But then Gemini Live gets into this slightly less comfortable sometimes, but also sometimes very useful, fully conversational mode with Gemini. So you just open it like this, and it's full screen. So I've got this wasp nest in my studio, and I need to get rid of it. What do I do?
Wasps are pretty aggressive, so getting rid of them safely. Priority. Do you know what kind of wasps are in the nest? That will help me figure out the best way to help you remove it.
I have no idea, but they're all really active.
Yeah, that makes sense. To start, just to try and figure out what kind of wasps you're dealing with. Are they yellow and black with a narrow waist? If so, probably yellow jackets. Or are they more brown or gray with a wide waist? Those would be paper wasps.
You know what? I don't want to get that close to them. How about I just find pest control nearby? Can you do that?
Okay.
So this is all at the mercy of your internet connection and it not hallucinating and getting everything right. But when it does, it can be super useful, especially when you have like a bunch of follow-up questions about something and you want to just keep going. Then it's less of a bunch of typing Google and just talking to it. So I do think Gemini is actually really good at this point. I will plan on doing a comparison to the new Siri, of course, probably ChatGPT and probably some others in some updated assistant battle. Feel free to get subscribed if you want to see that when it comes out. But as of right now, yeah, I'm a fan of what assistant or Gemini is doing. But the thing is, you can do any of this with Gemini on any Android phone. Matter of fact, Google literally demoed Gemini with the Galaxy S24 Ultra at their own event. Like, they didn't even try to hide it. So if that's not unique to Pixel and it's basically the Gemini phone, like, what's the point of all this new NPU power with the Tensor G4 and all this extra RAM dedicated to AI tasks? What exactly is that good for? Well, there are a bunch of other AI tasks. So here's how I want to go through these. That there are a bunch of new AI features on the Pixel 9s, and I want to just sort of divide them into useful, meh, and gimmicks, based on my own experience with them over the past couple weeks. I've been trying them all, using them, putting them through their paces, and I have some thoughts. So some of them are really good and add to the Pixel experience, and others, not that great, kind of overrated. So under useful, I'm putting Gemini, of course, just the assistant overall. It's quick, gets things right, fine. Then I have call notes, video boost, and add me. So video boost actually seems to make a surprising difference in how good the video quality comes out of the Pixel and what you can get out of these. Call notes is convenient because if you have the guts to turn it on a phone call,
Mikrofon
record
mati.
everything, ingest it all, transcribe it, summarize it, and give you that after. It's just useful. And then add me. Add me is interesting.
Don't release.
It's good.
First,
It
turn
works
off the
pretty
mic
well.
on the device by sliding the
I'm not
switch to
sure
the
if
right.
people are going to
The mic's
actually
off.
use it or if
Then,
they're gonna, like,
press
add
and
it
hold
to
the top
it.
center of the Google Home Mini.
It
After a
does
few
this.
seconds,
It's right
you'll
there
hear,
next to the
You are
portrait
about to
mode.
completely
Easy
reset
access
this
and
device.
and so
Release
if
to
you need
cancel.
take a good
don't
shot
release.
and actually
You'll
have
eventually hear a
picture
chime.
video,
Now
this
you can
feature
release.
is genuinely
The Google-
useful. It just combines two pictures and boom, everyone's now in the photo. In case you were wondering, yes.
Anda akan mengatur ulang perangkat ini sepenuhnya.
And yes,
Lepaskan
if
tombol
you
untuk
fix it, you can
membatalkan.
tell that it's not perfect every single time. There are fuzzy edges. Like, it's clearly using the base frame from the first photo and then compositing in the last person. But in general, like, the fact that Google has leaned this far in and created a genuinely useful feature out of thin air by just abandoning reality in the Pixel Camera app, I guess, yeah, you gotta give them credit. It's just, will people actually know to use this, or will they just go back to taking, like, a selfie so they get everyone in the shot? I don't know. Only time will tell. So then there's meh. There's, like, the okay stuff. So I have the new weather summaries in the new weather app. They're AI generated. So right at the top of the app there, it gives you some text to describe the day for you, so you don't have to look at all those confusing numbers underneath. Honestly, it's actually kind of useful sometimes. But is this really AI? Like, maybe the sentence structure is coming from an LLM or something? I don't know. Whatever. It's fine. It certainly didn't tell me about all of this. Clouds coming in, probably gonna dump some rain and also ruin my lighting. But then Magic Editor got this reimagine feature that lets you highlight any part of an image and then enter some text to turn it into something else completely different. Have your photos look like, I don't know, a fantasy land or something that also never happened. It does outright refuse to do some of my more dramatic edits, like it doesn't seem to want to reimagine people ever. But it'll happily add objects to the background or change the setting
สวัสดี
entirely if you're into that.
ฮัลโหล
I don't know, what is a photo?
เริ่มต้นได้
And
เล
then
ย
the
โดย
last
ใช้แอป
command,
Google
but
Home
not least, whatever,
Untuk
is,
memulai, download aplikasi Google Home.
Screenshots app. Am I missing something here? I mean, I get the premise. You have some screenshots on your phone that you've taken where you want to save some critical information in them. So they built a place where you can organize them all into collections, which is convenient. You can search through them. You can have it remind you at a certain date and time of a specific screenshot and even link you back to the web page that you took a screenshot of. And it makes all this information searchable. But I'm sitting here thinking, shouldn't this have been built into Google Photos? Like, did you know that Samsung's Photos app already built in smart linking to any website you take a screenshot of? I mean, don't get me wrong, it works. It does what it's supposed to. My theory is they're probably doing slightly more analysis, more processing of the bits of text and information in each photo than they would with the normal Google Photos app. So that is what enables all the indexing and everything. And then maybe if it goes well, they'll also bring all that to the Photos app, maybe? Or if it doesn't go well, then they can kill it easily. I don't know. Whatever. It's fine. That's not though as bad as my gimmicks section. So Zoom Enhance. Heard about this? There's a new edit feature finally shipping in the Photos app that encourages you to zoom all the way in on a photo and then let it do its pixel magic, where it plays this whole animation like it's going to reconstruct your photo and find some hidden details. But it kind of never does. At the end of the day, all it does is sort of turn up the clarity filter and maybe add what feels like some fake texture where it thinks there should have been some. I'm not buying it. And then there's the Pixel Studio app, which is just this neat little app to generate new images completely on device. And again, what I'm not saying is it doesn't work. It actually does work impressively well. In 3 seconds on device, it can generate whatever you want. It's just that I guess I don't really see a real genuine use for this other than just messing around. Which, hey, honestly, that's fine too. If you just want to mess around and make a meatball sub with legs, then you got it. Knock yourself out. So, before it starts pouring rain, the meta with new smartphones in 2024 is, slight improvements across the board, but then also some splashy new AI features that are only available on the newest one because the new chip and neural cores, and it's just special for that reason. So that's what's happening. And if you want, you could easily throw these new Pixels into that camp. But the reason you'd buy this phone is really just the same as ever for a Pixel. It's the smartest smartphone in the room, and it's now also in a piece of kind of nice hardware that's a pleasure to hold and use. And then there's a bunch of AI stuff on top that you can try and either take it or leave it. It's kind of just up to you. If you need a bunch of AI stuff or really want to I'm sure if you can use Their new Anchor Prime lineup is their most advanced multi-device fast charger they've made yet. That includes 3 charging stations, 1 docking station, 1 wall charger, 1 power bank, and 1 new cable. So the 2 that stand out to me the most are the Anchor Prime charging station and the Anchor Prime power bank. The charging station is this desktop accessory that can kick out 250 watts in total among its 4 USB-C and 2 USB-A ports. And then it has a display that can show you how much power each port is drawing actively. And that lets you customize charging priority on each port. So you can let it just sort of auto-adjust and make the highest demanding items get the max charge that they can take. And then the power bank has a 9,600 milliamp hour capacity, and there's 2 USB-C ports on it, and up to 65 watts output from this thing. But it can also be a wall charger too. So that 1.3-inch display is going to show you how much battery you have left and how much power each of those ports is output. So you can check them out and the rest of the Anchor Prime lineup in the video description. But either way, that's been it. I got this in before pouring rain started, so I'm pretty proud of that. But let me know what you think in the comments below. Talk to you guys in the next one. Peace. So a common phrase in the video world is, we'll fix it in post. Meaning,
I've been using the Google Pixel 8 and 8 Pro for a while now. I've taken these phones basically around the world with me, and the only reason that I've waited till now to talk about them is they're complicated. These are the most exciting cable and an adapter to switch from your last phone. So when I first picked these phones up and I experienced the design, I thought, yes. The Pixel 8s look and feel basically like the Pixel 7s, the same space-age aesthetic with ultra-minimal speaker grills. They're a lot more comfortable. This silky frosted glass that you get on the Pro, this material right here, this is what every phone should be made of. And I've always said that the Pebble is like the most comfortable shape that a smartphone can be. And, well, with these new round corners, this is the closest we've been in a while. Now, I know some people don't like the Pixel's whole visor thing. I've got a friend who keeps telling me it looks like your phone is wearing a headband, but I think it's great. This visor, it keeps the cameras high up on the phones. Your hands are completely clear of them. It's symmetrical, so when you put it on a table, you don't get any weird rattling when you tap the sides of the screen. The only thing that I don't like is that they've given the Pro a glossy visor and saved the matte one for the base Pixel. And the matte is just way better. It doesn't attract fingerprints, it doesn't get scratched as easily. This one does. But at least the visors are very slightly raised in front of the cameras, so your cameras are safe. And then next to those cameras, we've got a brand new temperature sensor on the Pro. Why do we have a temperature sensor? On first glance, it seems really dumb. And it doesn't exactly get clearer when you open up the new thermometer app to use it. And the thing just looks like a template that's been drawn out in Microsoft Paint, including an image that's very obviously like 240p resolution. The app basically allows you to go up close to household objects and measure the temperature. Okay? I mean, I don't see people doing that for enjoyment. And then for it to be an actually useful tool, it needs to be laser precise. But it isn't. Point it at the same object from the same distance, and every single time the reading is different. Close enough to get a ballpark idea, but not close enough to be a professional piece of equipment. So here's my hot take. I think Google put this in solely of human temperature detection. The idea that, you're feeling sick, your Pixel is the first thing you can reach for to get a second opinion. In fact, earlier this year, before the phones were even announced, we saw a leaked video showing how you can move the sensor across your forehead to get a reading. That is a great feature if it works. Because, I feel like people now are more conscious about getting sick than they've ever been before. And your phone is like the one thing that you can pretty much guarantee you will always have with you. It's just that if you want to be able to claim that your device can take your body temperature, then that requires proper medical clearance. It takes time. So at the last minute, realizing that this clearance is not going to be ready for the phone's launch, I'm thinking that Google just quickly scrambled together another random alternate use for the temperature sensor just so they could still talk about it. Regardless of if that's true or not, right now, temperature sensor feels like a bit of a miss, but the rest of the design is close to perfect for me. And then you properly dive into the software with Google's version of the new Android 14. And this is both where I have some of my biggest problems, but also in so many ways, this is the user experience that I've dreamed of. Most of the time, the animations are silky smooth, and the attention to detail with them is sublime. Like, just for example, the way that your screen turns on depends on how the phone is unlocked. Like, if you use the power button, the animation starts from the power button. If you use the fingerprint scanner, it starts from the middle of your screen. And if it's face unlocked, the front camera will be the center point. Or another one, when you want to gesture back and forth within an app, you kind of pull in from the side. Well, when you pull in here, what you're pulling is this little arrow. It'll stay attached to the border of the screen until you pull it with enough pressure for it to dislocate. When it bounces forward off the border with momentum, that has physical impact thanks to the soft vibrations of the phone. It's very subtle, but it's this kind of stuff that really makes it feel like you're interacting with objects that have real weight and presence. And I gotta say, whoever is on Google's team making these kinds of minute but meaningful decisions, you have my respect. It's a large part of what separates the Pixel from other Androids for me. And the haptic vibration experience all around, whether you're typing or feeling that slight bump you get every time you scroll past an app, or when you're using this in-screen fingerprint scanner, it is top class. But it's not just about animations. It's just the software as a whole feels very attentive. It feels very tuned in to what people want. Like, you know, you hear a song playing in a store and you start bopping along and you want to know what it is, and then you realize that your phone has not just figured it out for you, but is presenting the information to you on a platter on your always-on display. One of the flights I was on recently, I just lost my internet connection and suddenly remembered I had no idea what time I was landing. But then I pulled out my Pixel and it was just there. The information was on my lock screen. The phone's packed with tutorials that explain how all the more complex things work, and that is great. Because I don't think anyone is going to be able to pick up a phone as advanced as the Pixel 8s and actually make the most of it without them. Every phone can do with more of this, to be honest. Oh yeah, and the Google Assistant, more human than ever before. I was using this a few days ago to prepare for an interview with a very important person, actually. You will see that soon. But I was essentially going on a really long walk and having the phone dictate articles on the internet to me, and it sounds way less artificial than it does on my iPhone. Plus, you have the ability to control speed, so you can get it to read to you at 0.5x speed, or if you're some kind of very gifted person, 3x speed. You've got improved speech recognition. I was using the Google Translate conversation mode as literally my only way to communicate with the people in Senegal when I was out there recently. I've been using this with my aunt, who's Italian, and literally speaks like 4 words of English. It's still not quite perfect. You have to wait between each person talking so the phone can keep up, but it's good enough that I've been able to have conversations that I could never have had before. So the intelligence of the software is a practicality win, but also got some customizability perks. Like, you have the ability to ask AI to design the perfect wallpaper for you. As a concept, this is freaking insane. In my life, I have spent many days worth of time scrolling endlessly through wallpaper apps, watching 25-second full screen ads every 2 minutes just to try and find what I'm looking for. And so all of a sudden, just being able to ask for it is a childhood dream. Now, it can't make absolutely anything. It does have parameters that it works within, like minerals or paintings, but that hasn't stopped me making tons of wallpapers that I feel really happy with and that I'm almost attached to because I know they're one of a kind. I find the categories, they're actually just useful because they guide it towards things that naturally make for good wallpapers. And then the software can take that wallpaper and theme itself around it. It'll give you these color palette options, and when you pick one, you will see those colors throughout your entire user interface, your widgets, and even your lock screen. You can also finally pick what shortcuts you want on your lock screen, which is cool, but it's a bit too limited right now for me to actually say it's... are going to use one phone for 7 years, but still, 7 years of updates means that anyone a pretty colourful history. I'm optimistic. So far, Google has always delivered on its Pixel update promises. Plus, I think the thing that I haven't seen being talked about is that it's getting easier to keep a phone up to date. You know, the major Android versions, they're not changing as much as they used to. So this idea of promising 7 years of updates, it's a lot. It's generous. But at the same time, it's not this insurmountable hurdle that they've just put up for themselves. And also, one of the complaints that's often lodged against Pixel phones specifically is that a lot of things that are marketed as if they're hardware features are actually just software features that are very soon brought to other Pixels too, so you don't actually need to buy the latest to get the latest. And while yes, this is true, it happens, a lot of the things that you might think are Pixel 8 exclusive because of how they're positioned might not necessarily stay that way. But, I mean, first of all, they're not the only company that does this. I mean, that's very much what the iPhone event was like this year too. And secondly, it's not a bad thing that a company is supporting their older models. That's the harder thing to do for them. And it also means that while you're not the main beneficiary at the very beginning, when you go out and you buy the latest, you become the beneficiary when the next phone gets launched, and you realize that you actually don't need to rush out and buy it. So there's a lot of good about this software, clearly. But for me, it has also been a pretty major source of frustration. But before that will make sense, I want to talk about the cameras. This is going to feel like a very strange thing to say. For a phone this intelligent, whose primary focus is the cameras, and who's just supposedly had every camera upgraded, and is now apparently the best camera on a smartphone, but I think the Pixel 8 and 8 Pro's cameras need quite a bit of work. The hardware is strong on paper. Both Pixels have the same 50 megapixel main camera, and then while the Pixel 8 pairs that with a 12 megapixel ultra-wide, the Pixel 8 Pro pairs it with an even wider 48 megapixel ultra-wide, and then a 48 megapixel 5x telephoto camera. And I love this trend of not just having one good main camera, but also when you're taking a photo, to not be thinking, oh, which one of these cameras have the best sensor quality again? And more just which camera creatively suits the shot that I'm trying to take. And the Pixel 8 Pro, it definitely achieves that feeling. Like the telephoto camera, thanks to the combination of 5x magnification and really smart machine learning, manages to retain sharpness all the way to 20 times and even 30 times in some cases, which is its maximum amount of zoom. When was the last time you saw a phone that could actually...
Dan, aku yakin kau tidak pernah dengar ada robot dan manusia gua berjanji. Tidak ada metal dan beberapa bagian yang bekerja. Apa bedanya dengan kerja jantung yang berdetak?
Aku dari masa depan.
Aku dari masa lalu.
Tapi bukan berarti persahabatan ini tak seimbang.
Lihat gua di laboratorium dan aku lahir di gua. Biar ku dengar suara aku di internet web.
Masa depan. Aku sponsor. Kau boleh berlari.
Tapi jangan sembunyi.
Ketika dunia
allow you to use it here. The same is true for slow motion, where, well, you can zoom in up to 7 times, but it doesn't switch to your telephoto camera. It uses 7 times digital zoom, and it looks terrible. You've got this awesome new blur feature, which lets you shoot cinematic video that I would genuinely say is more realistic than both Samsung and Apple's, but it's capped at 1080p compared to their 4K.
Ini dia es buah mana?
Sounds like an obvious statement, but you can't help but feel hard done by with the normal Pixel 8, because given that this is one of those rare situations where both phones have the exact same chip and the exact same main camera hardware. So why is it that I can use this one to take proper 50 megapixel shots, but I can't use this one to do the same? Do you see what I mean with these cameras? Like, it just feels like there's so many unnecessary fences being put up here that just make it feel like you're not making the most of the great hardware you're getting. Then there's the lack of polish. Like the transition between lenses, it feels pretty rough. It's laggy, and the actual viewpoint is jumping quite a lot every time there's a switch. So anytime you want to shoot a video where you're moving in between these various focal lengths, it's not a great look. The stabilization is very bipolar. With good lighting, the fact that you have really heavy electronic stabilization applied is mostly a good thing. It means that you can just walk, and your footage is so smooth that it almost looks like you're using a gimbal, especially when using this pan mode, which further slows down your footage and adds an extra layer of stabilization, without even a hit to resolution. I love this feature. I'd actually probably use it to film bits of our videos, if the quality of the video itself was a bit higher. But I'm getting to that. And the thing with electronic image stabilization is that as the light starts to dip, it's worse. And what was once an ultra-stable camera is replaced by a camera that's constantly trying to hold itself stable, but ends up creating lots of weird blurring and artifacts in the process. In times like this, I would say that not everything needs to be ultra-stable. It's fine to be a little shaky if it avoids the artificial feeling, because that's life. And then when you pair this weird stabilization with the fact that video can still get decently grainy as soon as you hit like middle lighting conditions, and sometimes the output of the Pixel 8 and Pixel 8 Pro can just look straight up bad. Like, here's the latest iPhone in the same scene. It's not perfect either, but distinctly better at managing tricky lighting and the switching between its various lenses. It's still better than the Pixel 7.
Kipas angin kesadot sampah.
Now, Google does have 2 features coming later.
Gak, itu udah aneh gitu, kipas angin kesadot sampah tuh gimana sih?
And then video.
Atau sampah kasih sedot kipas angin, kan tuh masih aman gitu.
Upgrade the colors and the details, and then just pop it back into your library for you. It's a bit of a strange offering, but if Google does actually deliver with both of these features, then that would fix 2 of my biggest complaints with the Pixel camera. It's just, well, Video Boost isn't coming to the normal age, just the 8 Pro, and it's at this point...
Kipas angin kesedot sampah.
If I already felt really good about the cameras and they were promising bonuses, then I'd be comfortable with that, and I side with the fact that they will probably deliver, but because there are things that aren't right now that I think need fixing, buying the phones at this moment in time feels like a bit of a gamble. Now that said, there are a lot of redeeming qualities. Like the phones already do take really detailed, clear, high-quality photos with realistic colors all around. The new iPhones still come out a bit more detailed thanks to them now shooting in 24 megapixel as opposed to the 12.5 megapixel that these shoot at, but in terms of the quality of the image, this is high. And then you've got Best Take, which is kind of like the next era of Google's Top Shot feature. When you took a bunch of similar photos, your phone could previously identify which was the best and serve it to you. But now, it can actually create a hybrid of all of them where everyone looks their individual best, for up to 5 people. Part of me finds it a bit creepy. It's like the most real, visceral example of photo manipulation, in a way that the shot you end up with as a whole is not actually the real moment that was captured. Now, on the other hand, it's a very intelligent solution to a very human problem that I, and I'm sure most of you, have also come across. Like it or not, this is the way that phone cameras are headed. And then, Audio Magic Eraser is another one of those situations where you see it in action.
Kipas angin kesedot sampah.
For example, there might be a wind layer or a general background noise layer. It separates them into separate compartments and it allows you to erase whichever ones you want. Like if you're trying to focus on a conversation you were having, but there's some really annoying music in the background, it'll figure that out, delete the music. And this doesn't need to be videos taken on the phone. It can be anything, which creates a really weird situation for me because we use background noise removal a lot for our videos. And this phone is actually a much faster way of doing it than a proper professional using top-of-the-line editing software.
And it can't fix everything, but then again, neither can those programs. And in our experience, every audio track that is fixable, this can and it will fix.
So we'll be legitimately sending our videos from a Mac Pro this size to a phone this size to do the work on. That's the sign of a good feature. And at this point, there are tons of examples of this. The way the phone can add a light source that shapes light around a person's face. The Magic Eraser, which can not just remove distractions, but also camouflage them. This is also apparently getting better later this year. And then, of course, this new Magic Editor, which includes the erasing, but also just goes further. And it's one thing seeing the feature get announced on stage, but it's a very different feeling seeing fundamental parts of a photo that you've just taken being changed like this. The ability to erase people, to move people, and the sky swapping. I've seen phones that can swap skies before, but not like this. This is genuinely jaw-droppingly realistic. And more importantly, it's all presented in a package that basically anyone can understand and use. Okay, now, with all of that in mind, here is where we talk about drawbacks. For starters, all of this generative AI stuff, for anything that has to use AI to create something, so things like the AI wallpaper making, the Magic Editor, need a permanent internet connection, because every action you take needs to be passed through Google servers. Plus, for Magic Editor, your photos also have to be backed up to your Google account before it's willing to even try and process them. And what that means is, while definitely impressive, this whole process is nowhere near as seamless as it was painted out to be. Google actually showed us this demo on stage.
Kipas angin kesedot sampah.
Move around the image and then swap out the sky. What an insane demo! But the reality is quite different. And to show my point, I downloaded the same image, and this is what it's actually like. The phone will sometimes struggle to identify what counts as a person in the background, and so it's fiddly to select. There's a lot of waiting time in between each action. Like, just to erase one set of people, it's a whole new loading screen. And then, for every 4th or 5th action I take, I keep getting this error that Magic Editor is unable to show results that might violate its terms, which is very confusing given that this is literally the exact demo that Google gave. Now, I don't want this to take away from the fact that what it's actually doing is amazing, but it just feels so sluggish.
The thing with covering tech is sometimes it's hard not to get caught up in the hype train yourself. I spent so much time talking about how exciting it is that the Pixel 8 and the Pixel 8 Pro come with 7 years of software support, but I haven't stopped to ask myself, are these phones that will be used for 7 years? I guess it's something I said that. Wow. That is a hard... That's not a camera bump, that's a camera lip. Truth be told, I haven't daily driven a Pixel since, good lord, Gen 4, Gen 5? So this Geordi from Star Trek Next Generation whole thing that they've got going on here is kind of a new experience for me. Wow, actually. Does someone have do we have a 7 handy? David, are you seeing this? I mean, yours has that same hard edge on it, but man, they needed to rethink that on it. I can see that getting caught on your pocket. Hold on, let's try it. No, she slides. She slides. Hey, hold on. Oh, okay. Alright. Maybe maybe I'm making a mountain out of a small mountain here. Compared to the 7 rather than the 7A though, the difference is really subtle. Like, can you see that? Like, there, it seems to be there, but it's not that noticeable. Of course, the polarizing camera bump is not the star of the show here. That honor goes to the new Tensor G3. It has a 9-core CPU, 1 high-performance core, 4 mid-cores, 4 low-performance energy-efficient
Gue pengen
cores, and it's accompanied by either 8 or 12 gigs of LPDDR5X, depending on whether you go with
kipas angin kesedot sampah.
715 GPU, so we should see pretty strong gaming performance on the Pixel 8, but there are some key features that are different
There's
between
no,
the two
there's
devices,
no.
some of which are hardware,
Seriusan?
and some of which are really more software, which makes it feel kind of arbitrary, like, oh, you know, you didn't spend enough, well, look at those features. Talk about that in a minute. First, let's have a look at what comes in the package. You get a cable and an adapter. Okay. I was gonna say, surely this can't be to do anything with this cable. You could jam that in there, but you might cause a short. Don't do that, please. Hopefully you have a USB-C wall board or computer to charge this thing off, because this is not a Type-C to Type-A adapter. Rather, this is just a transfer adapter so that you can move all of your data off of your phone. In fact, that's one of the cool software features that is applicable to both of these devices. Google has beefed up their transfer wizard to allow you to move over not just your apps and data, but even things like your home screen layout, which, if you're a creature of habit like me, is actually a big deal. I'm pretty excited about that. Ow. Right. And that is apparently by design. Google claims that on top of the better processor, these phones, particularly the 8 Pro, have the best screens they have ever put on their devices, with the 8 Pro boasting an LTPO OLED panel that can do from 1 to 120 Hz variable refresh rate and up to 2400 nits peak brightness. Now, we weren't able to replicate those results. Our peak brightness was measured at about 1900 nits, but should be noted, we measured that in SDR. We don't have the tools for HDR yet, so it's not impossible that this would reach those lofty highs. By contrast, the Pixel 8 does not get quite the same capabilities. It only supports a 60 to 120 Hz refresh rate window, so there could be some efficiency losses there. And it only reaches 2000 nits peak brightness, according to marketing materials, and a 5% window. So about 1600. Yeah. It's possible to do 2000 in HDR. We just are. On the subject of, they do get different sized batteries. What's funny though is our battery life testing didn't reveal an advantage for the 8 Pro in spite of the fact that it has a larger physical battery. There's a number of reasons for this. One is that it has a larger display, but 2, it also has a higher resolution display. So that's going to be more expensive for the GPU to drive in terms of power consumption. Last reason is that our battery life testing is actually done running full screen apps like video playback. So you're not going to be able to take advantage of that super low refresh rate display when it isn't sitting idle, when it's actually displaying moving content. So in the real world, you may end up with a much more similar experience between the two. One thing that was similar was the charging speed. They both reached over 90% in 1 hour of charging and managed a full charge in about an hour and 15 minutes. And modern fast charging just makes the whole charge at night paradigm some kind of quaint and antiquated. I'm not going to get too much into gaming performance, other than to say that both of them are notable upgrades over the Pixel 7 and Pixel 7 Pro. Genshin Impact in particular is really playable now with 1% lows that are over 30 FPS, but knowing from our thermal testing that most of the heat is escaping from this phone via the aluminum frame and the camera bump, I am a little bit worried about how hot those components got while we were doing our gaming testing. The outside of the phone reached as high as 44 degrees Celsius, which isn't enough to burn you immediately. Actually, I should look that up. 45 is enough to give you a 2nd-degree burn after 2 hours. So if you're at 44 and you game for 2 hours, you could conceivably burn your skin. Of course, I would expect you to be a very smart person who shifts their hands around a little bit every once in a while, but I don't know, I've met some people who get pretty dialed in when they game. Pretty hot. I do have to say, I like the overall just fit and finish of these. Like like I said before, it's been a while since I've daily driven a Pixel. Man, have they ever come a long way. It actually feels like $1,000 phone now, which it should because it is. $700 for the 8, $1,000 for the 8 Pro. I gotta say, I actually like the matte finish on the 8 better than the gloss on the 8 Pro. It almost feels like it's made of plastic. Do you guys find that? Here, come touch it. Somebody come touch it. Like, honestly, if I told you this, just the edges. If I told you that costs more than that.
Feels greasy.
Yeah. Like,
This size.
my hands are not even dirty. Anyway, yeah, I'm not a huge fan. Though, I do like the frosted back compared to the glossy glass back. Why can't I have the best of both worlds, Google? Like, look, oh man, look at that. See how much glare there is in the 8 compared to the 8 Pro? That's a really...
Kipas angin kesedot sampah.
And the non-Pro doing 18 watts, which is a little slower than what they do over a wire, but not that much. I mean, that's within striking distance, which is not bad. Both phones get Wi-Fi 7, and they get this new Class 3 biometric face unlock, which is still just face unlock, except instead of needing an array of sensors, they're able to do Class 3 with just the front-facing camera. Kind of ironic, given that one of the controversies around this phone is the blurriness of the front-facing camera. Okay, we'll look at the camera in a second. First, I want to just try setting up that facial unlock. Let's try it. That was it? Wow, that was, it's pretty fast. I'm still not a huge fan. I'd still rather just use a fingerprint. If I'm gonna have to touch the screen anyway, okay, let's see how fast the fingerprint is. Let's try fingerprint unlock. Boom. Oh, I have to wake it first, really? Yeah, it should wake when I pick it up. Yeah, maybe that was an outlier, right? Okay. I'm on the thing. Oh, that's terrible. Okay, it's fast when it decides to finally start actually reading. Physically, aside from the camera bump, not a lot to say. Lock button, volume rocker, USB-C port, speakers on there, SIM card, and yeah, all the same things, but smaller. And overall, the theme kind of feels like, yeah, it's better than last gen, but think outside the box on this one, which incidentally is the theme of this message from our sponsor. Dbrand did no thinking outside the box. This is a boring old sponsor read. Dbrand has you covered with their line of grip cases. For the Pixel 8 Pro and Pixel 8, they've integrated magnets, so they're compatible with MagSafe accessories. Okay, no, that's actually pretty cool. Dbrand also sent over some MagSafe accessories for us to test to show how, with the grip case, a whole ecosystem of Apple accessories suddenly become compatible with the Pixel 8 and the Pixel 8 Pro. That is super cool. The magnets are extra strong, twice as strong as the iPhone MagSafe cases last year, so you can actually vigorously shake the case with the wallet attachment, and it's not going to come flying off. You can get yours at shortlinus.com. And my plan was to just tell you about all that, but no, Dbrand insists that I show you. Oh, okay, fine, Dbrand. In your case, there you go. Grip case, there you go. You happy? Here's a little charger. You can stick your phone to that, all MagSafe-like, and then watch. It doesn't matter. Point is, here's a first-party Apple accessory. Throw that on there. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, look, hey, a wallet. Boom. There, you happy, Dbrand? You want to see me go like this? For you. Hey, press power button twice to open up the camera. Love it. Nope. That is not how this one works. That just doesn't do anything. You still got some things to learn from your old pal Samsung. Double click. Okay, it's a Note 9. It's pretty slow. Double click. What's up, camera? What's up? Oh, that's sick. It tells you at your level? Shut up. Yeah, no, I believe you. Like I said, I haven't daily to pixel in forever. I mean, it's not the kind of thing that I would need, but that idiot I hand my camera to when I'm on the Las Vegas Strip or whatever, and I just want to get a picture with the wife, and they're like, "Oh, God, I don't know, it's ridiculous." Really? Eyes closed in the picture, James. Terrible. He's like napping over here. Naturally, it's flipping sharp. Even shooting directly into a light, it's kind of shocking how much detail it retains, and I can even see things that my own eyes can't make out. Oh, interesting. That's cool. It prompted a fingerprint scan in order to start screen recording. I like that. Now, with the Pixel 8, I would expect the main shooter to behave in pretty much exactly the same way, all the way down to James' eyes closed. Thank you very much for that. Oh, that's funny. He's trying to boost the completely covered lens that is face down on this mouse pad into something usable. And can Night Sight do it? No. At least it knows it can. While they both have the same 50 megapixel main camera, the 8 has a 12 megapixel ultra wide, while the 8 Pro has a 48 megapixel ultra wide and a 48 megapixel 5x telephoto lens. So theoretically, you should be able to. 5x is a freaking lot. And what's really cool is not only are you getting a high resolution secondary sensor, you're also getting advanced features like optical image stabilization. So, unlike older phones where, sure, you have these secondary cameras, but realistically, you're better off just taking a shot with your main one and then zooming in on it, you may actually be better off using your telephoto. Like, this looks really sharp. That is definitely, without question, way sharper than what I would have if I just zoomed this in. Not even close. It's not bad. It's definitely a little bit of jello, and it's kind of sticky, especially in 5x. You know what I mean by sticky? Ooh, it's sticky in 1x too. I can see what it's trying to do. It tries to kind of, seems like, use an outer part of the sensor to kind of compensate a little bit when I'm moving and then slowly catch up once it figures out that my movement was intentional. Obviously, this is just a quick and dirty test, but I can already tell if the screen is anywhere near color accurate. What it's recording is not, and the iPhone is still going to be king for video for another generation or two. But I wanted to talk about the selfie camera, right? Right on both of them. That's interesting. I hit the shutter mid-movement. It didn't actually make the click until later in the movement, but it was blurry. So it started capturing stuff for sure. On the subject of blurry, I gotta say, I feel like there might be a little bit of user error here, because that seems like a perfectly sharp selfie camera to me. And it's kind of ironic because if they sharpened it too much, they might end up in the same kind of controversy hot water that Apple's in right now, with people saying, oh, my selfies look so ugly on the iPhone 15 Pro, it's too sharp. I was hoping to play around with some of the tools for editing photos, but looks like maybe some of that's pending. We're recording this a little early. But there are some other things that were like that. The temperature sensor on the 8 Pro, for example, didn't work until an update that we got this morning. Google advertises their thermometer as being able to be used to temperature of everyday objects. It is a little limited in that you need to be within 5 centimeters or 2 inches of whatever it is that you're trying to measure. But hey, here, let's grab a temperature reading from, that is really close, from this box, 2.9 degrees Celsius. Okay, that seems kind of believable. Let's validate that with a professional grade thermal camera now. The FLIR camera says 23.7. Okay, yeah, that's within a degree. I'd say that's pretty. Oh, and it also depends where on the box. Let's try my skin temperature. Okay, 34 degrees Celsius. Here we go. I'm just gonna check my temperature. Now, obviously, these aren't using exactly the same method for recording temperature, but I mean, it's consistent at least. I don't know how useful that is. But hey, I mean, we weren't sure how useful the accelerometer would be in the iPhone. Oh my god. Just call it sRGB, or like, allow me to set a white point. This sucks. It's not loud yet. I haven't turned it up yet. But that really does seem like unusually good imaging. Max volume, obvious distortion. Before max volume though, actually not bad. Not the best I've heard. Not bad at all. How's the smaller Pixel 8 though? Makes a really big difference exactly how you hold it, but I'd be perfectly happy with either. One thing I would like to say still is, and I do wish that you could get the 8 in the bigger size, the 8 Pro in the smaller size. This is a lot more handleable for me, but I feel like, especially having seen what this camera is capable of, I would be very tempted. The ultra wide, for example, also has optical image stabilization and better autofocus now. Like, Trey's compelling. Trey's, subscribe to Short Circuit, and I'll see you in the next one.
Hey, what's going on everybody? It's ETA Prime back here again. Today we're going to be taking a look at the built-in desktop mode on the Pixel 9 Pro XL. This will also work on the Pixel 9 Pro. I'm not sure about the regular Pixel 9 or not, but out of the box, this does support video over USB Type-C, otherwise known as alt mode. And from the Type-C Steam Deck dock, they're really cheap over there. I'll leave some links in the description. Out of the box, what we can do here is mirror the display with the Pixel 9 Pro XL. We're going to get a pop-up on the Pixel. It's going to ask us if we want to mirror the screen. This will work out of the box. You don't have to do anything extra. Don't have to enable developer settings or anything like that. We've got a wired connection going over to the larger display. There's zero input latency because it is a wired connection. We're not using Chromecast or anything like that. You can watch videos, you can play games here, but we don't have any multi-window support. And as you see, starting up Minecraft, we've got that black bar on the top and bottom. And this is because the aspect ratio of the built-in screen of the Pixel 9 Pro XL is not 16:9 like our monitor and most TVs are. I'm going to show you how to enable desktop mode. It's actually really easy. You don't need any root. And there's one other application that I recommend using along with this just to make it a bit easier when you're in desktop mode on the Pixel 9 Pro or the Pixel 9 Pro XL. Again, this is a pretty easy process. Basically, what we're going to do is find our settings. From here, we want to scroll all the way down to the bottom, about phone. From here, we're going to find our build number and tap on it a few times. It'll give you a prompt letting you know that you're now a developer. We're going to back up. Now that we've unlocked developer settings, we're going to go to System, all the way down to the bottom, Developer Options, Force Desktop Mode. It's going to ask you to reboot, but we're going to reboot later. Enable freeform windows, again, later. And force activities to be resizable. That way, we can use those multi-apps and resize them while we're in desktop mode. Now, obviously, we'll need to reboot our device in order for this to take effect. And I mentioned there was one app that I recommend using along with desktop mode on the Pixel, and that's called Taskbar. It's available from Google Play. I've got mine installed, starting it up. You're going to get a little menu here. It'll also prompt you to allow a few permissions here and there. If you read down the list, we've got a desktop mode section, and this is exactly what we want to enable. I want to make sure that this is ready to go. So once we plug our device in with desktop mode enabled, we're going to get this taskbar on the screen. It's just going to make navigation a lot easier. We've enabled desktop mode from the developer settings, and we've also installed that taskbar application. Plugging the phone back in, it'll still prompt us to mirror the display, but instead of mirroring the built-in screen, we've actually got a whole separate full-screen desktop. So we can actually use the desktop and phone screen at the same time. Again, this does support multi-windows, and I want to show you exactly how this works. What I'm going to do here is use one of those Steam Deck docks like I mentioned. Just a lot easier. It's got HDMI and USB connections. That way I can plug in a mouse and keyboard. And here it is. It's definitely not on par with Samsung decks or Motorola's Ready 4, but with the taskbar application installed, it is very usable. We can collapse this. We can also set it up to automatically collapse. I've got all of my recently used apps right here. App panel, we can scroll through. and it does support multi-window resizable windows. So for instance, to launch Chrome, and by the way, with Chrome, I did set it to desktop mode. That way we've got the much larger display here. I've got Google Play, resize this basically any way we want to. And open up Adobe Rush. You can do some video editing on this, and we'll take a look at that in just a second. But at the top of each of our windows, we do have a full screen mode. It doesn't have the snap feature, but add that. Overall, I mean, with these multiple windows and everything like that, you can definitely get some stuff done on a larger screen with the Pixel 9 Pro. With the taskbar, you can also add widgets if you want to. I haven't added any. If you want to customize the wallpaper, we actually don't have to change the phone's wallpaper. Wallpaper, desktop only, and we can add whatever we'd like. A little too pink, but either way, we'll just go back to the device wallpaper. So yeah, not too bad, especially when it comes to web browsing. Given that we can go to desktop mode with this, we do have a much larger display to work with here. You can get all of your web browsing done on a large screen. And let's just say you wanted to do some video editing on a large screen. I personally like Adobe Rush, but you could use whatever application suits you best. With this, we can maximize it, create a new project, sample media. The new G4 CPU isn't as fast as something like the Snapdragon 8 Gen 3, but you can scrub through this timeline just fine. Export over here, we've got a bunch of different color presets. So if I wanted to change this one to brightly, we'll go cinematic with that one. Deep shadow with this one. Got a cut tool, paste tool. Yeah, I mean, I could definitely export this if I wanted to. Another thing people might use this for is something like Google Sheets. That way we've got a much larger screen to work with if you're doing a spreadsheet or something. But my main use case scenario for any Android phone with HDMI out or video over USB Type-C is gaming. With this, we'll just launch Minecraft real quick. In the past, this is one of those games that always gave me issues trying to scale it up in desktop mode on any Android device. Yeah, it'll go right into place for us. And we can also go full screen with it. I've got an Xbox controller connected over Bluetooth to the Pixel, so we can play these games with a wireless controller. And something like Minecraft is definitely an easier one to run. We've got more than enough power with that new G4 CPU to run this game at full speed. Right now, I think we can only do up to 1080 out while we're in desktop mode. This is a 1440p display, but I don't think it's quite at 1440. There's no resolution settings or anything right now. In all actuality, we're working with a very basic Android desktop. If you've ever used a Samsung device with Samsung DeX, you know how good that can be. And even Motorola's Ready 4 is actually really advanced when you compare it to something like this. But you could still game on the big screen like this. You could get some work done. I also wanted to test out Call of Duty Mobile. Of course, it's very well optimized. I'm at very high settings right now with the frame rate set to ultra. But just like the resolution here, I think we're only up to 60. But it does run really smooth, and with this Xbox controller connected, I didn't have to do any additional setup with Call of Duty Mobile. Another thing I love doing in desktop mode, or even in mirror mode on a bigger screen with an Android device, is emulation. Here's some Dreamcast emulation using the Redream emulator, Marvel vs. Capcom 2. I'm at 1080p with it. It's running at full speed. We've got that frame counter up in the top left-hand corner. And I also tested out a little bit of PSP emulation. Even something like Chains of Olympus, a harder to emulate PSP game, can run at 4x on the new Pixel 9 Pro XL. And of course, Google really isn't advertising this because it's kind of lackluster when you compare it to the other desktop modes on the market. But if you are a Pixel user, just note that, yeah, it can be used like this. I would highly suggest installing something like Taskbar. That way you've got a few extra settings here and there to make it a lot easier to use a larger screen. Like I mentioned at the beginning of the video, you will need either a display that supports USB Type-C video in, or you can use some type of adapter, dock system. They also make some dock stands with USB Type-C to HDMI. I've used a bunch of them, and in the description I will leave some links to the ones that I personally like to use with my Samsung and Pixel devices. But that's going to wrap it up for this one. I really appreciate you watching. Let me know in the comments below if this is something you're going to be utilizing on your Pixel 9. And keep in mind, this also works on the Pixel 8 Pro XL. I believe that's what they called it. With their latest Android update, it does support video over USB Type-C. And you can use the same method to enable desktop mode, so you can use that with a big screen also. But that's it for this one. Like always, thanks for watching.
Adanya peristiwa sejarah yang sebelumnya ada, malah jadi nggak ada di versi yang terbaru.
Pertama masa betul nggak ada pertama masa? Apa kata siapa itu?
Jadi dari tahun 1989 itu langsung tuh ke tahun 1999. Tengah-tengahnya itu nggak ada tuh. Kita bahas isu dalam negeri. Jadi gue mau bahas soal rencana pemerintah kita buat merevisi sejarah resmi Indonesia yang ternyata menuai polemik nih. Khususnya di kalangan ilmuwan dan sejarawan. Salah satu yang banyak dipermasalahkan adalah banyaknya sejarah yang berusaha dihilangkan di sejarah resmi Indonesia versi terbaru ini. Tapi emang apa aja sih yang berubah di revisi terbaru sejarah Indonesia ini? Apa aja nih peristiwa yang hilang dari rancangan revisi sejarah Indonesia? Ya udah kalau gitu, ayo langsung kita bahas rencana pemerintah kita ngerevisi sejarah Indonesia. Dan apa aja nih yang berubah dan hilang dari sejarah versi baru ini? Di Learning by Google. Ya buat yang mungkin belum tahu, rencana revisi sejarah resmi Indonesia ini tuh sebenarnya tuh udah direncanain sama pemerintah tuh seenggaknya tuh dari awal tahun 2025 ini lewat Kementerian Kebudayaan. Tapi sebelum kita bahas kontroversinya, sebelum kita cek yang hilang tuh sejarah apa-apa aja, sebelum kita seuzon sama agenda politis di balik revisi sejarah ini, kita harus tahu dulu nih kalau sebenarnya dari sisi ilmiah, revisi terhadap sejarah tuh sesuatu yang wajar banget. Soalnya kan ketika penelitian sejarah terus dilakukan, pasti kan makin banyak fakta-fakta sejarah yang terungkap dong. Dan ini bikin kepingan cerita masa lalu yang sebelumnya hilang jadi makin lengkap. Nah, temuan-temuan sejarah baru ini nih bakal ngasih gambaran yang lebih jelas terkait peristiwa di masa lalu yang bisa jadi sebelumnya tuh belum kita ketahui. Jadi bisa dibilang tiap penelitian sejarah baru itu pasti ngasih informasi tambahan buat penelitian sebelumnya. Dan ini artinya ya berarti ada update informasi, ada revisi dari versi sebelumnya. Dan hal-hal kayak gini juga tuh lumrah terjadi di sejarah Indonesia. Selalu ada tuh revisi-revisi sejarah yang tujuannya buat nge-update sejarah Indonesia berdasarkan temuan-temuan sejarah baru. Dan selain nambahin narasi yang sebelumnya nggak ada, kalau menurut Kementerian Kebudayaan, salah satu tujuan utama revisi sejarah ini adalah mengoreksi narasi lama yang dianggap kurang tepat, khususnya terkait kolonialisme di Indonesia. Terus tujuan yang terakhir, karena ini tuh sejarah negara, menurut Kemendikbud, revisi ini juga tuh bertujuan buat memperkuat identitas dan rasa kebangsaan. Dan kalau kita ngomongin sejarah resmi negara, udah pasti ini tuh bukan sejarah resmi negara pertama yang dirilis sama pemerintah kita ya. Pemerintah Indonesia tuh sebelumnya tuh udah pernah 2 kali ngerilis buku Babon, buku panduan lengkap sejarah resmi negara. Rilisan yang pertama tuh ada 6 jilid buku sejarah nasional Indonesia yang terbit tahun 1975. Dan rilisan kedua itu ada 8 jilid plus 1 fakta aneka buku IDA, Indonesia dalam Arus Sejarah, yang dirilis di tahun 2010. Nah, di tahun 2025 ini, pemerintah tuh rencananya tuh bakal merilis buku babon sejarah baru lagi dari hasil revisi sejarah nasional tadi. Dan kabarnya buku sejarah nasional baru ini direncanakan bakal kelar sebelum 17 Agustus 2025. Biar bisa jadi kado kemerdekaan Indonesia yang ke-80. Sampai sini so far jadi terdengar spesial ya. Oh iya, terus kalau menurut Profesor Susanto Zubdi, sejarawan UI sekaligus ketua tim penyusun buku sejarah baru, dia bilang keinginan buat melakukan revisi ini tuh gak cuma datang dari pemerintah, tapi juga dari kalangan sejarawan sendiri. Dia ngerasa bahwa temuan sejarah Indonesia tuh udah banyak yang baru loh, tapi belum banyak orang yang tahu soalnya gak ada update dalam penulisan sejarah, termasuk penulisan sejarah resmi dari pemerintah Indonesia. Dan kalau buku sejarah resmi yang baru ini udah rilis, buku ini tuh bakal jadi acuan dalam penyusunan kurikulum sejarah di sekolah. Jadi ya emang krusial banget nih revisi ini nih.
Tapi para penulisnya itu sudah menulis, mungkin sekarang ini masih dalam tahap sampai 60-70%.
Oke, sekarang kita bahas yang cukup jadi kontroversi nih. Apa-apa aja sih emang yang berubah di revisi ini? Tapi ingat itu baru sejarah yang berubah ya, belum sejarah yang dihapus. Buat yang dihapus itu ntar kita bahas di belakang tuh. Itu lebih kacau lagi tuh soalnya tuh. Jadi kalau menurut beberapa sumber, kalau dilihat dari draft revisinya, perubahan yang paling mencolok dari buku sejarah versi baru ini nantinya adalah jumlah jilidnya yang jadi makin banyak. Jadi kalau buku IDAS, buku Indonesia dalam Arus Sejarah sebelumnya tuh totalnya tuh ada 8 jilid plus 1 fakta aneka dan indeks kan tadi. Nah, buku babon sejarah Indonesia yang baru nanti itu bakal punya 10 jilid plus 1 fakta aneka dan indeks. Yang bisa dibilang sekaligus jadi pembabakan baru sejarah Indonesia. Jadi 10 jilid ini tuh bakal dibagi jadi 1 sejarah awal, 2 Nusantara dalam jaringan global, India dan Cina, 3 Nusantara dalam jaringan global, Timur Tengah, 4 interaksi dengan Barat, kompetisi dan aliansi, 5 respon terhadap penjajahan, 6 pergerakan kebangsaan, 7 perang kemerdekaan Indonesia, 8 masa bergejolak dan ancaman integrasi, 9 Orde Baru, 10 era reformasi. Terus ditambah sama fakta aneka dan indeks. Banyak juga ya. Tapi ya jumlah jilid buku yang bertambah ini nggak mengherankan sih. Soalnya kan makin kesini pasti ada aja kan temuan-temuan sejarah baru yang perlu diupdate, yang perlu dimasukin ke penulisan sejarah. Tapi terus kalau kita perhatiin nih, babak-babak sejarah versi baru ini tuh agak beda loh sama versi sebelumnya loh. Misalnya nih, contoh nih, kalau di versi sebelumnya tuh jilid 1 tuh ngebahas soal periode prasejarah. Nah, di versi revisi ini namanya tuh berubah jadi sejarah awal. Berubah tuh jadi tuh penyebutan babnya tuh dari prasejarah jadi sejarah awal. Dan ya walaupun kelihatannya ini sederhana kan, cuma ganti istilah doang, tapi ternyata ini tuh menuai polemik loh. Kenapa jadi polemik? Nih, jadi salah satu tim penulis buku sejarah Indonesia yang baru, Ari Firman Simanjuntak, yang merupakan arkeolog dan ahli prasejarah Indonesia, dia tuh mutusin buat keluar dari tim revisi ini sebagai bentuk protes dia. Di dalam surat pengunduran dirinya, beliau bilang, penggantian istilah prasejarah jadi sejarah awal itu tuh sama aja kayak menghapus istilah dan ilmu prasejarah dari nomenklatur keilmuan. Jadi gini, secara keilmuan, istilah prasejarah, prehistori, itu tuh dipakai buat ngejelasin sebuah periode di mana manusia belum mengenal tulisan. Ya kan kalau kajian ilmu sejarah tuh kan selalu berusaha merekonstruksi peristiwa di masa lalu lewat bukti tertulis kan. Kalau sejarah tuh begitu kan. Terus buat masa-masa di mana tulisan belum ditemukan gimana? Nah itulah makanya ada ilmu yang namanya arkeologi. Yang fokusnya buat memahami manusia dan budayanya di masa lalu lewat benda-benda fisik yang ditinggalkan. Bukan lewat tulisan. Jadi kita bisa tahu kehidupan di wilayah Indonesia sebelum ada tulisan tuh kayak apa, yaitu lewat kajian arkeologi. Khususnya arkeologi prasejarah. Jadi ingat ya, kalau ilmu sejarah itu mempelajari lewat bukti tertulis, kalau ilmu arkeologi itu mempelajari lewat benda fisik yang ditinggalkan. Soalnya nggak ada bukti tertulisnya. Nah karena itulah makanya Pak Truman tuh beranggapan mengganti istilah prasejarah jadi sejarah awal itu tuh udah nggak sesuai, udah melenceng secara keilmuan. Soalnya kalau namanya sejarah awal kayak yang di versi revisi, yaitu berarti harusnya disusunnya pakai metodologi ilmu sejarah dong, pakai bukti tertulis dong. Tapi ini kan faktanya enggak, objek penelitian sejarahnya sendiri, si tulisannya sendiri itu kan belum ada. Jadi ya gimana periode itu mau disebut sejarah, orang tulisan aja di zaman itu belum ada, jadinya kan nggak tepat nih kalau kayak gini nih. Kalau menurut Pak Truman begitu. Tapi walaupun dapat kritik dari mantan anggota timnya, Profesor Susanto Zudi, dia tuh tetap berpegang sama keputusannya dengan menamai jilid pertama tadi sebagai sejarah awal. Menurut beliau, walaupun objek kajian ilmu sejarah itu tulisan, tapi benda-benda di masa lalu kayak lukisan dinding, artefak, itu tuh tetap merupakan bukti sejarah, bukti peristiwa di masa lalu. Jadi menurut beliau nggak ada salahnya nih kalau masa-masa ini, era-era ini dinamai dengan nama sejarah awal. Tapi kalau menurut lu sendiri gimana nih? Lebih setuju sama Pak Truman apa Pak Zudi? Silakan komen.
Historians rely heavily on written records, such as archival documents, census records, old newspapers, letters, diaries, and historic maps. On the other hand, Archaeologists take a different approach. They are scientists who study the physical remains of past human life and activities.
Terus selain istilah prasejarah jadi sejarah awal, pembabakan sejarah yang lain juga tuh ngalamin perubahan ya. Kayak periode kerajaan Hindu-Buddha itu diganti tuh jadi Nusantara dalam jaringan global, India dan Cina. Terus periode kedatangan dan peradaban Islam itu diganti jadi Nusantara dalam jaringan global Timur Tengah. Dan yang mencolok juga tuh terkait ini, terkait masa kolonial, masa penjajahan. Jadi kalau sebelumnya masa-masa kolonial tuh cuma ditulis dalam satu jilid, jilid kolonialisasi dan perlawanan, nah sekarang dipecah jadi dua tuh. Ada interaksi dengan Barat, kompetisi dan aliansi, sama respon terhadap penjajahan. Tapi ya ini sejalan sih sama apa yang dibilang Van Dizon, Menteri Budaya kita, yang bilang kalau dia tuh pengen sejarah terkait masa kolonial di Indonesia tuh dibenerin. Dia bilang soalnya selama ini kita tuh taunya tuh Nusantara kan dijajah Belanda tuh kan selama 350 tahun ya. Padahal itu tuh cuma klaim sepihak yang disampaikan sama Gubernur Jenderal Hindia Belanda, Bonifacius Cornelis Deo. Dan udah terbukti kalau klaim dia tuh nggak tepat. Nah, narasi-narasi yang salah kayak gini tuh itu nantinya bakal diubah sesuai sama hasil penelitian terbaru. Nah, oke lah ya kalau yang ini ya. Terus selain karena alasan-alasan tadi, rencana revisi sejarah resmi Indonesia ini tuh belakangan jadi rame dan banyak diomongin karena adanya peristiwa sejarah yang sebelumnya ada, malah jadi nggak ada di versi yang terbaru. Yang paling rame tuh soal nggak adanya beberapa tragedi HAM berat, termasuk peristiwa pelanggaran HAM tahun 1998. Iya, jadi kalau berdasarkan draft yang isinya tuh kerangka penulisan sejarah nasional yang baru, di situ kelihatan tuh ada kayak semacam gap waktu gitu antara masa Orba dan masa reformasi. Jadi di draftnya tuh peristiwa paling akhir di periode Orde Baru yang tertulis dengan tahunnya tuh adalah peristiwa Talang Sari yang terjadi di tahun 1989. Nah dari situ itu langsung tuh ke era reformasi, tapi dimulainya malah tahun 1999. Jadi dari tahun 1989 itu langsung tuh ke tahun 1999. Tengahnya itu nggak ada tuh. Tahun 1998 itu nggak ada. Padahal itu peristiwa penting banget kan Mei 98. Terus di jilid ke-9, di buku ke-9 soal Orde Baru itu juga nggak ditulis tuh bab khusus soal gimana Orde Baru berakhir. Jadi di draftnya dari Orde Baru tahu-tahu udah aja jadi reformasi, gimana jadi reformasi segala macam itu nggak ada tuh di situ tuh. Dan ya walaupun ini tuh masih draft ya, tapi tetap banyak orang yang jadi curiga kan di sini kan. Mereka jadi kayak ini kenapa sampai ada gap yang jauh gini ya dari 89 ke 99. Gapnya 10 tahun loh ini. Jadi krisis moneter tahun 98 tuh nggak ada, rentetan demo mahasiswa juga nggak ada, apalagi tragedi kemanusiaan selama masa itu hilang udah tuh di draftnya tuh. Nah gitu ya. Terus juga peristiwa-peristiwa perlawanan terhadap pemerintahan Orde Baru kayak peristiwa Talang Sari 1989 sama peristiwa Tanjung Priuk 1984 itu di draft yang baru tuh malah dilabelin reaksi terhadap pembangunan.
Lah,
ah, ini kan kocak ya. Orang nggak setuju sama pemerintah kok malah dianggap bereaksi terhadap pembangunan. Seakan-akan mereka nggak setuju sama pembangunan kan kalau gini caranya kan. Padahal dua peristiwa itu tuh berujung ke tragedi loh. Berujung ke peristiwa yang dikategorikan sebagai pelanggaran HAM berat. Malah dibilangnya reaksi terhadap pembangunan. Waduh.
Nah, ada pertamasa betul, ada pertamasa. Apa kata siapa itu? Nah, pernah ada proofnya. Itu adalah cerita. Kalau ada, tunjukkan. Ada nggak di dalam buku sejarah itu? Nggak pernah ada. Nah, rumor-rumor seperti itu, menurut saya,
rumor.
Mencari fakta juga yang pada saat itu
pernah,
dibentuk ya.
saya sendiri pernah membantah itu. Mereka tidak bisa buktikan.
Terus juga beberapa peristiwa bersejarah penting yang selama ini kita kenal dan dianggap jadi simbol kesuksesan Indonesia itu juga nggak muncul di draft yang baru ini loh. Misalnya kayak konferensi Asia Afrika yang pertama yang diselenggarakan di Bandung di tahun 1955. Nah itu hilang tuh. Padahal kalau menurut Aswi Warman Adam, profesor riset bidang sejarah politik di BRIN,
nggak, masalahnya
konferensi Asia Afrika tuh
nggak kenapa sih dihilangin itu loh, yang penasarannya ya sih.
tapi juga jadi tonggak penting gerakan lombok di era Perang Dingin. Dan jadi pemicu banyak negara mutusin buat merdeka. Nah ini gila kan, peristiwa sepenting ini malah gak masuk ke dalam sejarah yang baru.
Kan keren gitu kan, emang orang negara
Ya,
blunder.
manusia yang baik, kita kan harus husnuzon ya. Jadi ya ini semoga cuma lupa dimasukin aja ya. Amin. Tapi ternyata nggak cuma konferensi Asia Afrika nih, ada beberapa peristiwa bersejarah lain juga yang ikutan nggak masuk. Kayak misalnya Kongres Perempuan Indonesia pertama di tahun 1928 itu nggak masuk tuh. Terus tahun 1963. Dan Evo ini adalah kompetisi olahraga yang digagas sama Presiden Soekarno buat mengkritisi keputusan politis dari International Olympic Committee dari IOC. Nah itu juga nggak masuk tuh. Terus itu tadi beberapa peristiwa pelanggaran HAM
Dia politis banget.
baru juga nggak masuk di draft ini. Ya intinya banyak yang heran lah. Kenapa peristiwa-peristiwa penting kayak gini kok banyak yang nggak masuk di draft? Walaupun ya draft yang banyak tersebar tuh masih draft awal ya, tapi kan tetap aja kan peristiwa-peristiwa tadi tuh terlalu penting buat bahkan nggak muncul di draft awal.
29 nations, with a population of more than 1,400,000,000 persons, attend the historic conference in Indonesia's capital city of Bandung.
Terus selain peristiwa yang hilang, beberapa sejarawan juga tuh menilai kalau revisi sejarah Indonesia ini tuh malah gagal menyasar hal-hal penting dan fundamental dari sisi histori. Misalnya kayak beliau nih, Muhammad Refi Omar Arazi, sejarawan sekaligus pengajar di Universitas Negeri Surabaya, yang menilai kalau sejarah versi revisi ini tuh cenderung Indonesia sentris, sangat elit, dan tidak dekat ke masyarakat. Kalau menurut beliau, penulisan sejarah yang baru ini tuh masih ngikutin standar lama, di mana lebih banyak fokusnya tuh ke peperangan, kejatuhan, kekuasaan. Ya, yang masih berbau elit lah. Seakan-akan penulisan sejarah ini tuh dipakai buat legitimasi kekuasaan. Akan-akan, tapi ya belum pasti ya, seakan-akan. Mulai agak takut juga nih. Ya kan tapi bener kan, kalau penulisan sejarahnya bener mengarah ke sana, masyarakat kan jadi ngelihatnya, oh ternyata bener ya, kita jadi oke kayak sekarang tuh itu berkat penguasa kita dari dulu ya, feelnya kan jadi gitu tuh. Terus ada juga kritik dari Albert Rumbeckwa,
Coba negara.
yang nganggap kalau porsi sejarah Papua tuh itu masih sangat dikit kalau dibanding sama wilayah Indonesia yang lain. Bahkan dirasa porsinya tuh nggak ada bedanya yang dulu sama yang sekarang, yang baru sama yang lama tuh nggak ada bedanya. Terus dia juga nyebut kalau selama ini cerita seputar Papua tuh cuma terpaku sama Sultanan Ternate Tidore, Tripora, dan integrasi 1963. Udah itu doang tuh. Belum lagi kalau menurut beliau keterlibatan sejarawan asli Papua dalam penulisan sejarah Indonesia khususnya terkait wilayah Papua tuh itu masih kurang banget. Dia bilang, biarkan kami orang Papua menulis tentang sejarah kami sendiri. Nah, nanggepin banyak kritik ini, Profesor Susanto Zubdi yang mimpin proyek ini tadi, dia tuh mastiin kalau penulisan ulang sejarah Indonesia ini akan dibuat seobjektif mungkin. Ya walaupun yang namanya subjektivitas dalam penulisan sejarah tuh emang nggak bisa dihindari, tapi tetap Profesor Zubdi menjamin kalau dalam penulisan sejarah ini tuh nggak bakal ada intervensi dari pemerintah. Ya kita sih berharapnya gitu ya, dan semoga peristiwa-peristiwa yang nggak ada tadi juga tuh itu emang beneran karena belum ditulis aja, bukan karena emang pengen dihapus. Soalnya itu semua penting loh, masa dihapus, masa Mei 98 nggak ada di draft, itu kan aneh banget. Tapi kalau menurut lu sendiri gimana nih? Lu setuju gak nih sama sejarah versi revisi ini? Atau mending yang lama tetap? Yang mana nih? Silakan komen.
Kalau itu dilakukan dan kebudayaan, tentu seluruh masyarakat di dalam hal ini mereka yang memang concern terkait dengan sejarah Indonesia, meskipun itu kontra, untuk bisa dilibatkan atau dilakukan komunikasi publik, uji publik untuk bisa mendapatkan sejarah Indonesia yang kemudian bisa dijadikan pegangan untuk dipelajari oleh seluruh anak bangsa kita bagaimana proses sejarah Indonesia ini.
Oke, sekian Lerbagun kali ini tentang Indonesia yang mau merevisi sejarahnya, dan ternyata jadi polemik nih, banyak pro kontranya, banyak kontroversinya. Tapi ya emang kalau bagian-bagian yang penting banget tadi dihilang itu emang berasa aneh sih. 98 bisa nggak ada di draft tuh kan apaan coba? Itu kan penting banget kan. Peralihan ke reformasinya kan di situ. Malah nggak ada. Ya kalau lu merevisi kayak udah salah atau lu mau nanya, mau nanya video, tulis di komen, kita juga biasa. Ya lagi jangan lupa like, comment, subscribe. Bye. Bayangkan pendidikan makin mahal, kebutuhan makin mahal, perumahan makin gila, gaji segitu-gitu aja.
Millennials have lower rates of employment overall. They have lower earnings.
Bahkan disebut juga sebagai generasi generasi termiskin. Kita bahas soal generasi muda lagi. Sebelumnya kita kan udah pernah ngebahas soal generasi muda yang banyak utang ya. Terus soal pengangguran juga udah pernah kita bahas kan. Sering malah gitu. Nah sekarang gue mau bahas tentang anak muda lagi. Khususnya generasi milenial yang disebut-sebut sebagai generasi termiskin dari semua generasi lainnya. Pak, milenial lagi. Dan karena jadi generasi termiskin, milenial tuh akhirnya jadi generasi pertama yang kehidupannya tuh lebih susah dari orang tuanya. Padahal generasi-generasi sebelumnya tuh selalu lebih sejahtera atau minimal taraf hidupnya tuh sama lah kayak orang tua atau kakek neneknya. Milenial malah lebih miskin. Tapi kenapa bisa gitu ya? Apa nih yang jadi alasan dari kemiskinan generasi milenial ini? Dan apakah generasi muda lainnya?
Terus 98 cepet banget sih, bangsat.
Bakalan makin miskin juga? Atau mereka justru punya nasib?
Ayo kita nonton style lo guys.
Kalau gitu, ayo langsung kita bahas kenapa generasi muda sekarang lebih miskin dari orang tua mereka. Di Learning by Degree.
Tapi ya, ini masih ada kasar-kasarnya. Nah, karena ada masih kasar-kasarnya, kita dulu, kita licin. Jadi nggak bikin kita merosot. Terus pas dipakai pun, menurut gua dengan tinggi gua 170 ini pas ya. Tangannya pas ya, meskipun kalau dinaikin lagi ke atas enak pasti kakinya pas ya, lumayan santai. Kalau kaki kita turun dua-duanya, memang harus agak sedikit maju, tapi ini masih oke lah. Kalau kita sebelah doang, nah kurang lebih kayak gini. Sama dia punya kursi ya lebar. Jadi kalau misalnya kita jarak jauh ya, itu nggak capek-capek amat karena pantat kita tuh tertopang dari kiri ke kanan, gak cuma satu bagian doang. Termasuk buat yang boncengers di belakang. Karena buat boncengers juga, ya. Ini rasanya kayak kita NMAX sih, gede. Kalau Honda Scoopy ya, dia tuh nggak selebar ini gitu. Jadi buat jarak jauh, joknya ini lebih enak. Bahkan dibanding Vario menurut gue joknya lebih enak ini karena ini lebih lebar sih. Vario lebih kecil lagi. Oke sih, nice. Dan ini nih bagian sininya, yang gue nggak suka dari motor ini sebenarnya bagian ininya sih. Jadi kurang klasik gitu. Kalau dibikin polos gitu ya, sama lekukannya dibikin lebih berwibawa, lebih gembung, kayaknya lebih bagus sama bagian ininya ya. Apalagi ada coklatnya di sini kayak terlalu lebay sih jadi bikin agak rame lah. Nanti kita mau bandingkan sama Vespa ya. Kenapa gue bilang motor ini tuh mau dibikin ala Vespa-Vespaan tapi kayak nggak Vespa gitu. Ini Vespa yang dari Arif ya, Arif Studio, masih ada dong nggak kita jual. Nah, bener kan yang gue bilang kan? Ini gue belum sandingkan dari tadi loh. Ini lebih pendek, yang bagian si stylo, dan dia kelebaran. Jadi kesannya kayak cebol gitu. Sama sebenarnya beda jarak dari sini ke sini itu nggak terlalu jauh sih. Artinya sebenarnya ini motor tinggal ditinggiin sedikit aja, sama dibikin lebih pipis sedikit. Menurut gua desainnya udah ke Vespaan banget. Sama ke bagian sini deh. Gue bilang ya, Vespa ini tuh knalpotnya lurus, agak miring naik sedikit karena udah diganti rebus ya. Dan bagian sininya itu gembung sekali, besar sekali. Nggak kelihatan nih bagian sininya nih. Jadi kalau kita lihat sebelah sini, ya, ini bolongnya tuh kelihatan banget. Syukur-syukur untuk yang varian ABS dia sudah pakai rem cakram belakang. Jadi nggak kelihatan ya ini banget lah. Soalnya Vespa yang Spring ini masih belum nih. Cakram belakang. Jadi saya lo bisa berbaga dikit lah. Tromol sih. Makanya biar tutupin tromolnya itu kita kasih olin sih. Tapi so far gue seneng sih. Jadi buat teman-teman yang pengen motor di kelas Vario 160, pengen yang desainnya klasik, gue berharap Honda sebenarnya masukin Giorno dengan 160 ya. Karena menurut gue walaupun Giorno tuh nggak banyak lekukan gitu kan, biasa aja gitu loh. Menurut gue malah yang bagus yang kayak gitu karena ya dong ini juga gak aneh-aneh kan, simple kan, tapi long lasting. Nah ini bagian sininya itu terlalu modern gitu. Mungkin kalau buat motor macam Vario, macam Honda Beat gitu kan,
I'm very techno. How about you?
Ngasih desain yang bagus, cuma kalau untuk yang klasik harus ngambil konsultan dari Italia gitu. Oke, abis ini kita mau ke pom bensin ya. Kita pakai helm dulu, kita isi, sekalian kita impresi sedikit, sama kita mau nurunin tekanan bannya. Biasanya motor baru itu tekanan bannya ditinggiin buat di storage ya, buat di storing. Nah, kita bikin normal jadi 35 atau 34 ya. Habis itu kita coba gimana rasanya. Ya. Ini karena belum ada plat nomornya, jadi kita jalan-jalan keliling desa sama kita pom bensin di masih di dalam desa ya. Jadi nggak ke jalan raya, nggak ke jalan utama. Ya, bismillah. Ya. Ada tempat ininya. Ya, tutup lagi. Gawes kita nggak jadi ngatur tekanan ban, tapi tadi kita ngisi 4,6 liter ya. Dan ini motor tadi gue coba jalan ya, karena emang sih dibandingkan dengan Paris 160 dia lebih kecil bannya. Itu cepet gampang banget loh, tapi di jalanan ini dia satu aja. Ya bayangin aja Vario dikasih pelet kecil, dia lebih ngacir. Buat sendirian tuh enak banget. Sekarang kita mau ke tempat temen gue mau ambil Pilano. Sekarang kita ngomong sedikit impresi pas lagi jalan. Yap.
Sultan itu.
Enggak, sudah punya kan saya. Udah punya motor.
Kenapa?
Iya lagi mau di reset dulu.
Dek, nggak magang di Telkom, Dek.
Hah?
Nggak magang di Telkom. Susah.
Enggak tahu.
Oh, lagi pada buka semua. Yang sepi peminatnya itu Unilever.
Dan mikirnya susah kali ya.
Susah.
Gawat duit aja tuh.
Ah, duitnya
Hah?
berapa? Beli apa sih?
Nggak tahu. Makanya duitnya doang makanya.
Iya, apa ya? 100.000.
Iya.
Mau beli ini mah di cup gelas. Bentar ya.
Ya.
TM. Itu yang mau dibeli ini. Hah? Yang mau dibeli.
Ya, nggak tahu beli apa ya, itu beli sih.
Yang ini.
Iya. Kayak lo.
Mau sama badan Sultan pas.
Terakhir ke sana pas lagi coba duduk di situ.
Ya, kan badan Sultan besar. Maksudnya pas gitu.
Iya.
Nggak kecil.
Nggak. Lu gabat tuh.
Oh iya. Dia juga gede kok badannya.
Iya.
Sudah. Ini nggak sekolah udah susah libur kan?
Tahu ya gue ya.
Udah bisa dapet nih ya sekolah.
Belum nih.
Belum ya?
Tanggal 25.
Tanggal 25.
Iya ada ujian sih, cuman ujiannya oke baru coba ya gitu maksudnya biar orang mungkin biar tahu dari cara ujiannya gimana.
Ya.
Tanggal 16 kemarin.
Oh kemarin?
Di tanggal 16 harusnya.
Tanggal 6. Oh iya.
Ini seneng banget tuh kemarin pas lagi kan si apa ingat kan lu hari tanggal itu gimana itunya tanggal itu ujiannya tanggal 16 kan gitu kok tahu mas kan kayak ya tahu lah kok masih inget gitu kayak ih kok dia inget ya gitu Emang pernah ngasih tahu ya? Pernah.
Biarin deh, kita akrab sama anak tante Mimin. Pokoknya jangan sampai putus.
Tuh kata dia.
Ya, silakan di sini aja, silakan, Mbok.
Ini, oi.
Udah situ aja ya. Mau dibuka aja pintunya.
Nggak buka aja gue. Nambeng teh.
Udah tua Ipe. Udah ngapain udah di luar? Ayo terus. Nggak mau, nggak mau. Ayo bukain.
Apa?
Itu duduk di luar.
Turun sendiri. Oh, dia pakai gilas.
Nanti dia tahu, nanti dibukain pintu nih kalau aku di sini.
Oh iya.
Ya kan? Juga di luar dibukain aja.
Mana sih Ipe ikut-ikutan? Ipe ikut-ikutan tau? Oh enggak.
Oh, tapi kan sebenarnya IP duluan naik nih.
Iya. Udah males.
Iya, udah tua ya, Pak. Mau jatuh.
Ada yang bilang ini kayaknya Honda Stylo itu banget di depannya, nggak kayak Firano yang gagah depannya tinggi gitu ya. Tapi pas kita sandingkan, sebenarnya dia tuh sama. Firano itu lebih tinggi sedikit aja, tapi nggak setinggi punyanya Vespa.
JMT itu nggak bagus deh.
Apanya?
Manajemennya.
Tinggi, ya.
Masa?
Dia depannya tuh terlalu
Di situ
lebar.
ada ininya gini.
Punya Firano itu di
Kita aja belum dikasih gajinya yang bulan ini. Dia di gajian tuh seminggu 2 kali.
Masih agak
Yang minggu ini belum dikasih nih sampai hari ini.
Dia nggak punya dasi kayak Vespa atau Grand Firano. Jadi di bagian sini itu nggak ada dasinya, cuma dibikin begini aja, dan bagian bawah yang sini ini yang membuat dia kesan itu makin pendek lagi nih tebing depannya. Padahal kalau misalkan ini nggak ada, dipilih lagi dikasih model dasi, gua rasa ini bakal jadi keren juga. Ditambah dia ada sentuhan modern di sini yang membuatnya jadi kurang klasik ya. Di sini dia punya lampu ya, lampu sen sama LED DRL, tapi bentuknya itu terlalu modern. Sedangkan si Firano ini lebih kayak Vespa, meskipun lebih terlalu mirip ya. Cuma menurut gua untuk dasi depannya gua lebih suka sih. Yang gua suka dari Grand Firano itu di lampu depannya. Yang lampu depannya itu bentuknya kayak logo Superman ya. Harusnya dia dibikin ini kayak Vespa, Piaggio Liberty kalau nggak salah ya. Mirip kayak gitu depannya. Nah kalau ini dibikin mirip kayak Vespa Sprint, dibikin kotak. Dan kalau kita lihat sebenarnya ini kepalanya sama-sama gede ya. Cuma punyanya si Stylo ini kayak
kalau mau
transfer sini gede banget. Ingat sama Lambetta atau Omadi. Kalau yang ini kelihatan lebih normal sih. Padahal kalau kita lihat ya tingginya hampir sama. Firano lebih tinggi sedikit, cuma rasanya kayak Stylo itu banget kayak karena desain bodinya sih. Ya beda ya kalau Vespa ya. Vespa tuh tinggi, pernah aduk-aduknya pas gitu. Dan kalian bisa lihat ini ketiga motor.
Iya, maksudnya
pakai
jangan kebencian lagi.
Itu
soalnya tuh nggak ada MMG-nya.
Coba kalau dilihat.
Kapan sama habis nggak tahu, ntar mau kebencian lagi.
Udah habis masanya.
Apanya? Bukan, masih ada selama 2028.
Dia pakai IRC.
M-Bankingnya BCA Mobile ya.
Halo,
kayak mama dulu.
Di channel Mobis itu. 110
Iya.
Nah, satu sisi Firano kelihatan lebih kurus karena memang dia pakai ban ukurannya
DP.
Ukurannya.
Iya.
Nah nih, 110, 70, F12 dan dia pakai ban Dunlop namanya.
Nggak tahu kan mau pakai atau nggak? Pakai lagi. Mau kebeng apa? Biar
kita lihat seperti apa.
Itu buat nabung. Yang nggak dipakai gitu. Kan kalau misalkan
Tapi kalau itu
ya tinggal ke ATM. Nggak tahu juga sih.
Sama
Ya.
Milano.
Pakai aja ntar.
Gue suka di tengah di sini ada.
Ya cuman ya itu jangan
Keren ya.
jangan dipakai aja gitu.
Stylo.
Maksudnya apa ya?
Di bagian sininya.
Mobil kali ya?
Nggak jelek juga sih, cuma kurang cocok aja dengan desain klasik.
Tapi kayak mobilnya
sama
itu
Civic.
lampu depannya.
Iya.
Ya.
soalnya
Gue lebih
itu
suka punya
apa
Stylo
lo
gitu,
pakai katanya
dengan
buat
Milano.
tangga.
Nah, mamanya katanya mau kemana?
Kalian lebih suka yang mana? Stylo?
Oh iya, mobil
Cup.
itu.
Coba,
Yaudah.
di bawah.
Ya,
Di depan
terus
sini
apa
juga
mau
dia nggak ada
kapan?
logo sama sekali kecuali stiker Honda di sini.
Oh, udah.
Yamaha dia punya emblem dan ini emblem Grand Filano warna hitam full. Jadi kebetulan yang warna merah ya, merahnya itu dia bukan metalik. Ini merahnya merah apa ya? Ini merahnya itu kayak merah cabai ya, bukan merah metalik. Jadi kalau dibandingkan dengan Stylo, ini cat kita kasih dia nggak ada gemerlapnya gitu. Dia catnya mengkilap tapi nggak ada gemerlapnya. Yang ini, wah ini catnya keren banget tuh. Lihat tuh. Wih, ada glitter-glitternya. Tapi secara quality catnya bagusan Yamaha. Yang di sini kan halus nih, bagus ya. Tapi di bagian sini, tuh ini kulit jeruk.
Enggak sini aja. Nggak pernah deh.
Tuh ini kelihatan kulit jeruknya ya di sini ya. Tapi bagian sini dan seperti
Tuan.
yang bilang, kemarin sudah envelope braking system. Yang ini belum pakai envelope braking system. Dan kalau kita lihat ke ininya, lampunya ada tulisannya Honda warna hitam di sini ya. Kalau Yamaha ada tulisan Grand Filano di sini. Tapi kalau kita lihat secara detail, gue lebih megang si Grand Filano sih. Kelihatan lebih classy tulisannya dibandingkan dengan punya Honda. Oke, sekarang ke bagian samping.
Nih, Bang, ono.
Ke bagian sini ya bisa kita lihat odometer antara Filano sama Stylo itu beda. Dari Grand Filano dulu deh. Ini kalau Grand Filano itu tuh dibagi dua cluster ya. Ada yang atas dan ada yang di bawah. Yang di atas ini layar Optitron, yang bawahnya itu layar LCD yang benar-benar tampilannya itu kayak gitu ya. Cuma nggak gitu gede yang di bawah. Yang di atas ini sederhana ya. Dan kalau kita lihat tuh, ini full color ya, jadi bisa kelihatan ada warna-warnanya dan birunya. Dan kalau kita di bawah nanti ada yang ini ada fuel autonomy on demand-nya sama di sebelah kiri itu ada biru juga. Jadi kelihatan bawahnya itu layar bagus meskipun nggak terlalu besar. Tombol cuma satu ada di sini ya, dan ganti-ganti LID-nya di tengah. Dan untuk kecepatan dan lain-lain ada di bagian atas. Ya, jadi dibikin dua cluster dan ini besar sekali, gede. Benar-benar dibikin kayak Vespa-Vespaan. Terus untuk bagian sini juga tombolnya banyak ya, termasuk ada hazard ya. Bagian sini ada heavy teknologinya dan pegangannya itu warna hitam, termasuk sama remnya itu juga pakai warna hitam dot seperti ini. Nah, sedangkan di sini satunya ada Honda Stylo, di mana batoknya itu nggak dibikin full color sampai ke bagian kanan kiri. Yang kanan kiri ini masih dibikin warna hitam dot ya. Terus ini speedometernya nggak segede itu sebenarnya, cuma karena batoknya besar sekali, silvernya yang dibikin besar, tulisan Stylo di sini, kesannya jadi kayak besar ya. Ini kita nyalain, layarnya nggak cuma Filano ya, terutama dari itu kan dia punya dua layar bawah ya. Ini layar Optitron biasa, ada syarat di sini buat ganti informasi DMID, sama di sebelah kanan untuk snap ya, mungkin untuk ganti jam dan beberapa informasi di dalamnya. Terus sebelah kanan sama ada auto start stop, tapi dia nggak ada hazardnya seperti Grand Filano. Di sebelah kiri seperti biasa Honda dan Yamaha itu kembali, lampu stand-nya itu di bawah, lampunya di bagian
Aku dengar Squidward. Aku akan kembali. Apa itu? Jangan adukan pada Tuan Crab. Aku akan mengatasi semua ini. Sekarang kau bilang apa tadi? Buatkan pesananku. Baiklah, Squidward. Nah, Antu. Misteri, kau mau makan topiku? Misteri, kau mau makan spatulaku? Kau makan semua Krabby Patty? Kau makan kompor? Kau makan Pak Jenkins?
Aku tidak mau jadi beban.
Mulai sekarang kau jangan bermain-main lagi.
SpongeBob, terima kasih akhirnya kau menyingkirkan kuda itu.
Sama-sama Tuan Crab.
Sekarang apa kita bisa menyingkirkan Squidward?
Bagus Tuan. Berhasil. Misteri, aku akan menyimpan kau di sini sampai Patrick menyelesaikan kandang yang pesan. Hanya 8 jam lagi.
12 detik kemudian.
Jangan misteri, kau belum boleh keluar. Kalau Tuan Crab melihatmu, aku akan dipecat. Tunggu sebentar ya, aku yakin kau lapar. Bagaimana kalau makan siang? Seharusnya kau diam.
Gula itu ada di sini.
Tidak, Tuan Crab. Aku sedang menirukan suaranya misteri seperti ini. Iyo.
Oh, baiklah, teruskan. Tadi ada yang mengerikan.
Hampir saja. Mulai sekarang kau jangan bermain-main lagi. Pesanan datang.
Pas, Pak. Mana pesananku?
Kau sudah lihat di bawah nampak?
Oh, tidak. Maaf, SpongeBob. Mana pesananku?
Mereka menghilang. Squidward, apa menurutmu Krusty Krab pada hantunya? Bagaimana kalau mereka datang untuk menjemputku? Aku harus keluar dari sini.
SpongeBob, tidak ada hantu.
Oh,
Barangkali kau lupa. Begini cara kerjanya. Aku memesan makanan, kau memasak makanan. Kemudian pelanggan mendapat makanan. Kita lakukan itu 40 tahun dan kemudian mati. Kedengarannya cukup jelas bagi bagaimana menurutmu sekolah.
iya. Aku dengar Squidward. Aku akan kembali.
Apa itu?
Jangan adukan pada Tuan Crab. Aku akan mengatasi semua ini. Sekarang kau bilang apa tadi?
Buatkan pesananku.
Baiklah, Squidward. Nah, hantu.
Teman-teman, di dapur kami sedang ada sedikit masalah.
Mana makanan kami?
Aku sangat lapar.
Hanya ini jam makan siangku.
Katakan di mana Pak Jenkins.
Nah, makanan di sini juga tidak terlalu enak.
Squidward, ada apa ini? Hah?
Kenapa tidak tanya saja pada Cowboy, SpongeBob, SquarePants, dan temannya yang setia tukang makan banyak?
SpongeBob, ada apa? Apa ini? Hah? David Jones.
Misteri sakit perut karena makan Krabby Patty. Jadi aku berikan soda, Tuan Crab.
Aku meleset lagi. Jadi, ternyata benar. Kau masih memelihara yang kusuruh buang itu. Baiklah, sekarang aku akan membuangnya sendiri.
Jangan Tuan Crab. Aku mohon, jangan merebut misteriku. Aku tahu dia hanya seekor kuda, tapi dia ternyata lebih dari yang kau terangkan padaku. Dia mendengarkan aku, dia mengerti semua perkataanku dan aku mengertinya. Dia adalah temanku.
Siapa yang meninggalkan bawang di sini?
Wait. Sekarang kau menunggu di sini ya sampai aku selesai bekerja. Sampai ketemu nanti.
Hei, lihat. Dia baru saja menaiki kuda itu.
Kenapa kau tidak mencobanya?
Aku tidak menemukan lubang koinnya. Ah, ini dia. Ada keributan apa ini? Oh, ada monster. Dia menakut-nakuti pelangganku.
Itu bukan monster, Tuan Crab. Itu seekor kuda. Dia temanku. Namanya Misteri.
Kau misteri SpongeBob.
Aku mohon Tuan Crab, biarkan dia di sini. Dia tidak akan melukai siapapun.
Ini kau atau misteri?
Aku sudah tahu. Harusnya aku namakan dia Debbie. Sekarang, kau menunggu di sini ya sampai aku selesai bekerja. Sampai ketemu nanti.
Hei, lihat. Dia baru saja menaiki kuda itu.
Kenapa kau tidak mencobanya?
Aku tidak menemukan lubang koinnya. Ah, ini dia.
Aku sudah tahu. Seharusnya aku namakan dia Debbie.
SpongeBob, terima kasih akhirnya kau menyingkirkan kuda itu.
Sama-sama, Tuan Crab.
Sekarang apa kita bisa menyingkirkan Squidward?
Bagus, Tuan. Berhasil. Misteri, aku akan menyimpan kau di sini sampai Patrick menyelesaikan kandang yang pasang. Ada 8 jam lagi.
Aku lagi kena. Itu kebohongan ya. Jadi tanduk kayaknya. Masih mood sekarang. Itu ngapain sih? Oh, mau ngapain? Oh, so ini. Oh, ngepel. Ngepel dulu aja. Unbelievable. Nyalakan AC. American Music. Belum gue ini. Ah iya ya. Oh gue tahu caranya gimana. Ya. Ini bro. %94%. Sayang akan mendengarmu. Di sini ku merindukan kamu. Heboh. susah nggak sih? Iseng-iseng cek. Ya tuh. Sangat susah. Salah. Terus ada misalnya tuh sama ini misalnya terus mikir Bodoh anjing.